out of my mind. You were killing me inside. Yeah, I know the truth. I know it's that I think of you. I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. Now I just can't get over all the games we played. I lose myself in your abuse. You split my heart in two. You split my heart in two. You split my heart in two. You I cannot replace, memories cannot erase. No, I don't know how to. What we started for fun got me feeling so numb. I feel just like a fool. I know it's that I think of you. I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. Now I just can't get over all the games we played. I lost myself in your abuse. You split my heart in two. You split my heart in two. You split my heart in two. If I was the bad guy, I would've left you hanging by a thread. If it was the first time, I would've held long until the edge. If I could help it be telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the last time, I wouldn't have said what I said. 'Cause I said goodbye. We let it slide. Front of our eyes, we say goodbye. 'Cause I said goodbye. We let it slide. Front of our eyes, we say goodbye. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. From the beginning, I didn't know what we had. I didn't see clearly. Fog in the headlights holding me back. If I could help it be telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the last time, I wouldn't have said what I said. 'Cause I said goodbye. We let it slide. Front of our eyes, we say goodbye. 'Cause I say goodbye. We let it slide. Front of our eyes, we say goodbye. We say goodbye.
Okay, I was about to say, I went to go unmute my microphone and OBS was just like, nope, I'm gonna freeze, not do anything. I'm lazy. Anywho, Welcome, one and all, to our Bisexual Awareness Night at the Echoes Chamber. Mmm, that's hot. I've got my tea. It's definitely piping hot. I may have just burnt my lip. I'm okay. Ah, but similar to like we were doing last Saturday night for asexuality awareness, we've got a bunch of different talking points talking about bisexuality tonight. I know that we actually did get a few questions about like pansexuality versus bisexuality the other night, Saturday night. So we're actually going to be touching back on a bunch of those as we start going through the different topics we have for tonight on bisexuality. And also very similar to how I had like those 18 different points of asexuality that we went through throughout the night. Much in the same news article, I should say news line, I was able to find a separate article about bisexuality as well. So we've got 17 different talking points about bisexuality that we're going to go through about every 15 to 30 minutes or so here. So you got to the end of Shadowbringers MSQ today. Oh, grats! You are finally in game. Yes, I do think the dice command has a bit of a cooldown on it. I haven't had a lot of time to like actually customize and play around with these commands because first of all, I didn't even know how to put commands into Nightbot. If it wasn't for this one particular article that I have found about Nightbot, like development and actually how to add commands and whatnot, I would have been completely lost. Like somebody sent me a bunch of like codings and stuff that you put in a Nightbot, but I had no idea like where's the coding supposed to go? What settings am I supposed to access? Is there like a like code input for Nightbot that I'm just not aware of? There is no instructions with these examples of codes that is supposed to go in this bot that you provided to me. So I think I have finally figured it out. But let me check to see if there is a timer here. Let's see, dice command. It does have about a 30-second cooldown. We are like gonna definitely drop that to like a 5-second cooldown. Make those changes here. I may even drop it less than that. We might say 3 seconds. Because that's the one that could be used a lot. Oh, actually, no, it won't let me do anything less than 5 seconds. Okay, so yeah, 5-second cooldown on the dice thrower here. Silver coming in with the Pride Meteor, yes! Now the grind for gear begins. Yes, yes it does. I gotta refresh my party finder here. Yeah, we'll just keep it as is. There we go. Heyo, there you go. Rolled a 9 on the 12-sided die. Yeah, it took me a while to actually find a working code for a dice command. And granted, this one is not like an automatic D20, but you can specify what type of die you want to roll. But we've actually got a whole bunch of new commands that I've added to the Nightbot. We've got the 8-ball, so if you want to ask the 8-ball like a question or something, you can definitely exclamation point 8-ball, the numeral 8-ball, and it will give you an answer to your question. We've also got a few of the custom things in there, like exclamation mark donate will give you my donation link, exclamation mark follow, just kind of a shout out to follow the channel really. And we have a landmine counter for when we're doing either Heaven on High or Palace of the Dead. So for each and every time that we go boom and explode, we can now type in exclamation mark landmine and it will keep count of how many times we explode now. So super excited about that one. We also got a rock paper scissors game, which is exclamation point RPS, where you can either just type it in as is and it will pick a random player or person in the stream to play rock paper scissors against, or you can do exclamation point RPS at whoever it is you want to play against, and you'll play against that person. So kind of just fun little ways to have some competition in there, which I'm super excited about. Let's see, what else do we got going on? Added a few other things in there, which is mostly just shout outs to like my how to support and subscribe, my social links to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. I think I went over all the other ones I've added thus far. I'm gonna turn my music down just a bit. I feel like I'm yelling at myself here. There we go, that's better. Boulder, parchment, and shears. Actually, now that I'm kind of learning how to do the coding for Nightbot, I may actually go back in there and put that in instead of rock, paper, scissors. Do you mind if I steal that? I would love to do that, actually. And yes, I'm eating more popcorn tonight. I'm finally starting to get my appetite back today, and the only thing I've eaten is rice. From CR Critical Roles, right? Well, that's awesome. As long as there's not like any copyright or trademark on it, I would love to use that. And my handy dandy notebook I always have on my desk. I'm going to write that down here. Boulder, parchment, shears. It is so hard for me to write right now. It is like 20 degrees in my room. That's why I have like a hoodie and a coat on right now. The HD is working very well. Alright. That is now written down. I'll edit that later. Anywho, we're already almost 10 minutes in. Well, no, we are 10 minutes in. It's 9:10 now. So I'm gonna pull up all of my wonderful, wonderful facts about bisexuality here. I have like 4 other tabs of myths and facts about bisexuality. So, like, if there's any downtime or anything, I have a crap ton of information about bisexuality. I was actually surprised how much information there was out there compared to the other 2 that I've done research on thus far. There just seems to be a lot more information about bisexual for some reason. Well, if it's supposed to be 14 associated, Meteor Scroll and Dagger. Ooh, I like that too. I'm actually going to screenshot that. Okay. Now, even though, as I try to lose my voice here, even though these 2 articles between when I was talking about asexuality and now bisexuality were written at 2 completely different times. Like, this article is actually written back on 2018, January of 2018 even. So definitely way before prior pandemic. But it sounds like the asexuality article was written based off the commentary on this one because a lot of the categories are very similar. However, it is talking about bisexuality instead of asexuality. So talking about the first one is, of course, where it says being bisexual means different things to different people, just like how we said being asexual means different things to different people last Saturday night as well. But much in the same manner, many people who use bisexual as the umbrella term for any form of attraction to two or more genders. But ask a few people about what it means being bisexual to them, and you might get a few different answers. This can make things a little confusing if you think you might be bisexual, know someone who is bisexual, or you're just wondering what it means to be bisexual. So, we're going to be talking about all these differences and definitions and meanings of bisexual when it comes to different people and different perspectives here. My URL keeps flipping all over the place. Stop it. But now that I had my cone of shame moment as of last Saturday, where I was flat out typing all of these topics in Final Fantasy instead of copy and pasting, I'm going to make this a lot shorter this time around. Again, so welcome everyone to the Echoes Chamber for tonight's Bisexual Awareness Celebration. Go to my talking emote here. Tonight we'll be discussing several topics surrounding bisexuality. I'll be touching on many points as we go on throughout the night. The first being, and this is where I can copy and paste. Oh, this is so much better than having to type it out. I cannot believe last Saturday I was taking everything in these articles and flat out typing the entire thing. Pat's Naka, silly Naka. Yeah, Naka needed help. Like, I've definitely had some "oh, you're so pretty" moments for sure, especially ever since I started streaming, but that was by far had to be one of my biggest. Halfway through the night, I finally realized I could just be copy pasting. Control C, Control V this entire time. 4 buttons. It was all I needed to get all that information out there. But no, I was sitting here typing the whole entire damn article over again. Like, customizing a few words here and there to make it fit the event for tonight. Kind of like how I did with this last sentence. So we're going to try not to do that again. Of course, somebody did mention before that, oh, I just realized I got chat covered. See? So pretty. So pretty. We are going to blow chat up a little bit. Well, this is true, but you are technically pressing 4 buttons, you know, Control C and then Control V. So it is a total of 4 button presses. Oh, I'm vibrating. Hang on. Oh, this is a medical vibration. I'm okay. I'm not dying or anything. However, I do have to get a battery for my insulin pump because I am a type 1 diabetic. It is telling me it is about to shut down because the battery's so low. So I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'm gonna do like a 1-minute ad so I can grab this. Well, it's gonna take me a second to replace the battery, so we'll do a 3-minute ad, but I am gonna be coming right back. So bear with me, I'm so sorry.
It's always hard to say goodbye to the one person that's on your mind. But I can't waste my time trying to make you see you can't take back another lie. You won't give promise to me long ago, though I tried my best to believe. Said your sorry ways would disappear. Now it's time for me to leave. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Something strange in me. 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 I don't know you anymore. Something strange in me. Something strange in me. Something strange in me. I don't know you anymore.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy, but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive.
Oh, no echo, or echo, Silver, you just missed it. My insulin pump had an alert that went off saying that my battery was dying, like replace now, or my pump was going to shut off, so I did have to step away and change the battery. But it only took me a couple of minutes, so I am back now.
Let's all take a Savannah.
I usually wouldn't have to, like, right at the start of a stream, go ahead and take a BRB that early. Unless, of course, you know, bladder was being the size of a pea for some reason. Not making fun of Pichia, I swear.
Lions gonna come.
Mm.
The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand.
Naka had to cast for a cure for the pump.
For the people
Something like that.
of the land.
No, I was being more of a mockiness at that point in time. I had to recharge the battery.
For the animals we stand.
That's my what's the little aethero mechanical thing that they have attached at their hip at all times? What is the name for that thing? I know there's a name for it. Darn heat gauge, I know, right? My heat gauge is my blood sugar meter. Which for a normal person, I don't know if y'all can see that. 158 is a little bit high, but for me, that's actually like fantastic. That's a good number for me. so my heat gauge is right where it needs to be. Okay, just get myself comfy. And I have more than enough popcorn to last for tonight, y'all. There's a lot of popcorn in here. Made 2 bags just for me. And I promise you I will eat this whole thing. That's close enough to 9:30. Let's go ahead and pull out fact number 2. When you have an itch, it's like right underneath the headphone rest there. Now that I've got Paladin to 80 and MSQ done, I've got to work on leveling up other classes. The good thing about finally getting to 80 and at least finishing your primary is that you get what's called an armory bonus for all of your other like subclasses, and it's so much easier and faster to gain experience for them. The only part that sucks is particularly with the DPS classes, when you're trying to do like the dungeon grind, because you get the most experience just from completing dungeons left and right, it's waiting for the queue. You know, if you got a pocket tank or a pocket healer, bless your heart, because it will make things so much faster. But hey, when you get access to your squadrons and the trust system with your DPS classes, you can basically just queue up and go into anything with the AI instead of having to wait for people, even though the crawl is a little bit slower that way. Good way to level up your trust though. And your squadron too. Alright, fact number 2. Some people see the term as reinforcing the gender binary. So we did talk about the definition of bisexuality both on Saturday and Monday as well when we were talking about pansexuality. But the question is, does the term bisexual refer only to attraction to men and women? Some people do see that way. To them, bisexuality excludes non-binary genders. Or even erases transgender people out of the equation altogether. For some, other terms like pansexual, queer, and fluid feel more inclusive. So by pure definition, we did touch on that, where because of the wording bisexual, it is a bi-nominal phrase, where it is 2 variables, which at least in the traditional sense is a spectrum or either an option between male and female. And of course, where on that spectrum are you more attracted to? Or sometimes you may be right in the middle. Doesn't matter, you can be anywhere on that point. But usually it's just between those 2 genders. And then when we got talking about pansexuality, we're taking the whole just gender spectrum, regardless of who it includes or who it doesn't include, just out of the equation. Period. Like, it's not a matter of what gender you're more attracted to, it's more of a matter of what kind of person are you attracted to. And let's see, I was about to mention something else and it literally just flew right out of my head as I was going to say it. Oh, the difference between gender and then the definition of masculinity and femininity? Is that even a word? Feminism? Or being feminine? That's the word I think I'm looking for, feminine. Either being masculine or feminine. Those are not so much gender as it is a characteristic. So there is a difference between like male, female versus masculine and feminine. So I'm getting into really some complicated territory here. But of course, when we talk about bisexuality, there is the attraction to the gender, whether it be male or female, and then there's also attraction to the characteristic of whether being masculine or feminine, where gender really doesn't have a ball in that game at all. So there's so many different spectrums that you can have different participation in and be in different places at. Because it's very possible you could be more attracted to the female gender, but females who are more of the masculine characteristic. So you can definitely be anywhere on those two different spectrums and still be able to slide it back and forth individually. The whole alphabet. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and get ready to copy and paste this one. Hey, Xander made it. Boy's a bit late, but he's here. He's here. I'm just making sure he didn't like pop in and say anything in Discord right fast. Ah, he was making dinner. Okay. Oh, he colored the bar. Yes, Xander. I have colored almost anything I could get my hands on in the entire club. The chairs are different, the stools are different, the dance floor is different, the stage is different, even the very walls that make up the back panels of the stage are different colors. Everything is in the colors of bisexuality, which is the pink, purple, and blue. So pretty much anywhere and everywhere you look, you're going to be seeing something in those shades of colors. Even the dealer's den, I changed the color on. Oh, and I just slammed the base of my foot into my chair. I'm okay. Hmm. Ooh, buddy, that hurt. Woo. Ooh. Let's see. I want to say I also had some additional like myths that were associated. Let's see. All right, so one myth that came in one of these articles that I saw, which this is one I've never heard before, and I don't know if this is just because of my area or simply I just haven't been exposed to it yet. Currently on mobile, waiting to meet up with a friend. Oh, okay. Foot chair check completed. Yeah, my foot is now numb thanks to my chair. Thank you. But this myth that I came across says that people sometimes will say all women are bisexual, or that there is no such thing as bisexual men. And I found that to be really strange. I've never heard that before, but it goes on to say that making an overwhelming generalization about the sexual orientation of an entire gender of people is, well, first and foremost, irresponsible because it dismisses the individual experience and self identity of each person in that category. For example, some women are exclusively attracted to men. Some are mentally, but not physically, attracted to other women. And some are attracted to both women and men equally. In a similar sense, some men are exclusively attracted to women. Some are mentally, but not physically, attracted to other men, and some are attracted to both equally. Declaring that a person's sexual orientation does not exist makes that person invisible. Every person's romantic inclinations and identifiers are unique and valuable, and they deserve respect. Remember that these two stereotypes go hand in hand as ways to enforce rigid and harmful gender normatives. They are akin to notions such as all women are nurturing and all men are masculine, which serve only to harm those people who do not belong in those categories or do not have those traits. And it's funny that it says that because we were just talking about the difference of gender and characteristic between being male and female, and then, of course, being either masculine or feminine. They can very much be mutually exclusive from each other. They do not have to be directly corresponding or related to each other by any means whatsoever. I mean, there has been plenty of times that I have met men who, literally can blow women out of the water with their feminism. And then on the other foot, I have met women who could definitely blow men out of the water with their masculinity. It's a two-way street. And usually in those cases, because of oppression and the general or gender normatives that try to suppress people, for the lack of a better word, I suppose. Usually, when I do run into somebody like that who is against that gender norm, they're usually very strong personalities and amazing people. Exactly. Guys can be very emotional, very sensitive, and nurturing and caring, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And at the same time, women can be, extremely gung ho and completely just, like you said, kick ass and really throw somebody down if you cross them the wrong way. They can have strong dispositions, be career oriented, have ambitions and goals. And, not to like throw family members under the bus of my own or anything, but I remember having a conversation with somebody in my family, or at least hearing of a conversation, where saying that there are occupations and jobs out there that women shouldn't have. And it was one of those situations where I just kind of had to look at this family member and not necessarily say it out loud, but just kind of looked at them like, excuse me? This is one of those times I need Drake in the channel so he can do this for me, but this face right here. Excuse me? Like, did I just hear you correctly? But yeah, she went on cast glare. Exactly. That's exactly what I did. I cast glare. Um, and she went on to explain, how women are just not naturally built or wired correctly to do certain jobs and occupations. And she was talking about like EMS and firefighters and police enforcement. And it was one of those where, without trying to start a fight, I was having to kind of reel myself in before I went out into a full blown just how dare you type statement. But it took me a while to realize that she was only defining that based on her experience and her perspective. Like, those are jobs that she feels like she would never be able to perform and live up to, because of her state of being and how she lives her life. Which, with that alone, is fine. Everybody should have that option and choice. Like, if this is not for you, it is not for you. So be it. However, for the fact that she made a generalization that just because she felt that it was not a occupation or something that she would be able to fulfill does not mean that all of just every woman or any type of female gender should not be qualified to do it. That is by far not fair and simply not right. Like, those type of social generalizations is what hurts people nowadays, especially when they sit there and turn around and try to put it into legislation and try to make it into a law so their opinion becomes an enforcement. That's not right. That glare casted a 12 out of a 20. It definitely got through, but it didn't do any damage. That's my food happy dance because I'm eating. I know! Granted, I wouldn't be able to like name any off the top of my head because I'm horrible when it comes to sports and celebrities. But I have seen some, and oh my gosh. What was the one that wanted to be, oh my god, what's the superhero name? It completely just eluded me. Captain Marvel. There was that one lead female wrestler who wanted that role. Like, I know she got a lot of attention while that movie was still in production. But she is a beast. Oh my gosh. When I first saw her, and I mean, with my physical status and size, I'm a twig. Literally just like this little dry branch that is barely like 2 centimeters in diameter. She would just look at me the wrong way and I would crumble. Ronda Rousey? That sounds right. Ronda, is it Rousey or Rousey? I don't know how to say her last name. And of course, I mean no disrespect. I'm just bad with names in general. Oh, I could definitely see the MMA with her like definition and her tone with her body build. I could definitely see MMA in that. Rousey. Ronda Rousey. Okay, we got it. But yeah, again, I took one look at her, and it would just be that one side glance, like not even hardly acknowledging my presence, but like just making sure she didn't bump into somebody as she's walking down the street. She just kind of give me that one side glance, and boom, I'm disintegrated. It was like Thanos just snapped, and poof, I'm gone. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Game over. Alright, let's go on to number 3 here. I'm trying to get like at least 4 an hour. So number 3 on the list, while others apply a broader meaning. So like all of these are kind of like in relation to the previous point where the last one said some people see the term, talking about bisexuality, as reinforcing the gender binary. Number 3 is saying while others apply a broader meaning to the term. So this one says, historically, the term bisexual has referred not to men and women, but to same and different. Oh, am I reading this right? Hold on. Okay, I think it's talking about like the actual etymology of the word. So historically, the term bisexual has referred not to men and women, but to same and different, as in the attraction to people of your own gender and to people with genders different than your own. One popular definition was created by bisexual activist Robin Ochs. Robin Ochs goes on to say, I call myself bisexual because I acknowledge that I have in myself the potential to be attracted romantically or sexually to people of more than one sex and or gender, not necessarily at the same time, not necessarily in the same way, and not necessarily to the same degree. This definition makes sense when you think about the definitions of homosexual, attraction to the same, and heterosexual, attraction to what's different. Bisexuality can include both same and different. I actually really like that definition of bisexuality. I like that a lot. Because that does kind of go against that like hard written definition that I was seeing in other articles, where It was basically saying that bisexual means attraction to male or female. That's it. Whereas with this definition, instead of saying men or men and women, it's the attraction to both same and different. And of course, different meaning anything that is not of the same gender or sexuality of the origin person. I like that definition a lot. So we're going to continue on here. Continuing on from point number 2, we go on to say that others apply a broader meaning. I'm like rewriting it, so since we got these spread out, I don't want people to kind of disassociate the points with each other, so I'm just rewording it here. Broader meaning of bisexuality. Continuing on from point number 2 to point number 3. There we go. Now we can do the copy and paste thing. Can I copy and paste this whole thing? Will that work? We're about to find out. Almost. I'm actually going to be like committing this one to memory here. Not the attraction between men and or women, but the attraction to same and or different. I really like that definition. It's so much better. Yes, yeah. We were just talking about that. So pretty. So pretty. I made this tea like over an hour ago, and it is still really, really hot. So as another shout out to our lovely, lovely guild officer, Silver Miss Periwinkle here, she sent me this thermos, this Built thermos. That's the brand name, is Built. And her sister made the decal, and it's actually like 3D and textured. I love it. But she made the decal that is on the side of the cup. So every time I take a sip of the hot tea here on stream, y'all can see my logo for the One Wing Healer. So I'm going to be talking about this thermos for weeks upon weeks upon weeks. I love this thing so much. And I love my chair cover too. This thing is so amazing. It's so soft. Oh, Silver, that would be fantastic. I would be willing to pay for those. Like, no joke. I would love to get some decals. My mother would love to get some decals. Let me tell y'all what my mother did. So, as I was like still getting my feet wet into the streaming scene and getting my tools and the website and everything set up, um, when I finally got into like the merchandise section where you can have t-shirts, hats, backpacks, coffee mugs, all sorts of crazy stuff that has your logo and your branding on it. When I told my mother it went live, I kind of did it with the mentality of kind of, between the lines saying, "Hey, if you want to purchase any stuff with my branding and my logo on it, just go to my website." You want to know what my mother did, especially considering that this was sort of around Mother's Day time? She literally looked at me and she said, "So when are you buying me my t-shirt?" It was just like one of those, "What?" What? Yeah, that is my mother for you. This is also the same woman that on my 21st birthday, we went out to eat and made me buy her a drink. Not the other way around. I had to buy her a drink. Yeah, my mother is definitely a trip. But we do have not just an interesting relationship, but a very strong relationship. She had me at a very young age. Of course, I was her firstborn child. Um, and she used to say all the time that we kind of grew up with each other more so than she raised me. Uh, it was just kind of a trial by fire when it came to me. So she sees me not only, of course, as her son and her child, but also as her best friend. Um, because of course I've been with her, except for like the first 19 years of her life. So we have a very, very close and interesting relationship. When it came to my 21st, it wasn't even really what I would identify or call a hard celebrate. Like, all I did was go out for a birthday dinner between me and my mother, um, where she bought the meal, but I had to buy her a drink. And then, and then, of course, the special person that my mother is complained that the martini was not mixed well and didn't have enough alcohol in it and sent the drink back. And I'm literally just sitting in my chair like, "Oh my God, mother." She earned it, raising you. And you know what? That actually kind of ended up being the running joke from that too. But yeah, that's talking about sending the drink back. That's kind of been another running joke in the family is making sure treating your wait staff with respect. My mother never had a very good reputation for doing that, so whenever she tries to say or do something in a restaurant, like me and my stepfather are always quick to jump on her and be like, Now, now, mom, reel it back in. We don't need to have a Karen episode. That's your sister, not you." Teaching a class on the night of the 21st, had an event the next day. Aw, yeah. I mean, I really didn't do much for mine either. I don't know if I did or not work that day. I just remember specifically my mother made me buy her a drink. That's what occurred on my 21st, or the day that we celebrated it on, whatever that was. Right, right. Exactly, Silver. Like, there's so many variables that could potentially go wrong in the restaurant business, and it's not necessarily the waiter's fault. It's just the waiter's the one that has to be like the face because they're the ones that approach you. And it's the same thing in a call service job, which I do during the day. Like, I'm not the company. I'm not the technician that came out and installed your service, or I'm not the salesman that came out and supposedly tricked you or whatever into whatever it is that you're complaining about today. But yet I am the one that has to take the complaint and take the frustration and the venting, which, considering how long I've been in the business, doesn't phase me anymore. But we're the ones that do have to receive that. And you will get those people that, you know, like apologize in advance when they call in. It's like, I'm so sorry that you have to be the brunt end of this, but yeah, exactly. Mm. And especially, excuse me, when you do get into management and supervision level, you're the one that has to get the escalations. So I really, really do feel for them.
This is the rhythm of the night.
Yeah. And if it is the wrong item, you know, you can still be civil and very respectful. And it's just like, I do apologize, but this unfortunately is not what I ordered. Would it be too much trouble to ask if I could send this back and get what I did order? You know, there's a way that you can be very amicable about that, but some people out there just want to raise Cain and make a scene, and it's absolutely unnecessary. But consumer mentality has people thinking that you have to raise Cain and make a scene in order to get what you want, which is kind of true and not true at the same time. Because when you do raise Cain like that, you are making that person that you are yelling at that less likely to want to help you, like at all. And the only reason that they're helping you is just to get you out of their face and make you go away. Whereas on the other hand, if you are kind and respectful and amicable about a situation, that person is more incentivized to actually help you and try to correct things, and in a lot of cases, get more done than what would happen if you make a scene about it. Those Karens, yeah. And I'm definitely a kill them with kindness type person, even from the other side of the counter. Like, I have gotten people banned out of stores just by being too nice to them. And it would make them so mad because they wanted to get a rise out of me and try to get more out of something that I was not going to be willing to give after I already, you know, and this is when I was management at McDonald's, but like I've already replaced your food. I gave you some free items. This should be the end of discussion. But I had one guy that tried to get me to fire a girl just for looking at him the wrong way. And like literally, by the time it was all said and done, I was just looking at him like, you can please leave, or unfortunately, the police department will have to remove you. God bless you. Have a good day. Shut the window in his face. Like, I was done. Oh, I love customer survey people. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, we got off on a terrible tangent here, y'all. Let me go ahead and pull up number 4 since we're getting up to the end of the hour here. Alright, so we just talked about where the broader meaning of bisexuality, where instead of men and or women, it has more of a definition of same and or different, which I love that definition because it encompasses so much more. The next point talks about one thing that everyone agrees on is being bisexual is not a 50-50 split. While defining homosexuality and heterosexuality might help you understand the definition of bisexuality, don't make the mistake of thinking that bisexual people are half gay or half straight. Bisexuality is a unique identity of its own, not simply an offshoot of either being gay or straight. Oh, 12 silver, all the wild kids. We're still talking about bisexual. I keep typing bisexuality, and it's like, I really don't mean to do that. That's going to be a terrible typo if I hit enter on that. Oh, I just realized I Did a little redundancy there. Fix that.
I've got these people, I'm taking them with me. They gave me a reason to wake up, I needed it. Now that I've got all these people that listening, when I was dealing with feelings that I couldn't put out to the rest of the
Hey, Mushy is here.
yeah, you know who you are, there's no need to mention them.
I love it when I see my old circle of Rothgars show up. It makes me so happy and excited.
To know I belonged here. When I looked around, everything's so clear. What I'm doing is coming to life. I put in the work and I'm sleeping at night. I see how it goes and we're doing it right. I got lost on the way, I can't go back now. I got lost on the way, I can't go back now.
Oh Lord, I just saw a rather disturbing myth up here. Bisexuals are more likely to have sexually transmitted diseases? No. Reality. Who a person is does not determine the likelihood of a disease. What a person does, the sexual practices of a person in particular, and how well a person protects themselves during sexual activities is more determinative. Determinative. That's a word. That was a statement made all the way in 2007, although it is very true. Like, regardless of sexuality, it's not a generalization or a statistic based on the spread of disease in a certain sexuality, but rather how the individual person practices their sexual activities. You know, anytime that there is a version of penetration involved, especially when we're talking about either vaginal or anal sex between those two, uh, definitely protection is so important. You know, not just for like preventative risk of pregnancy, but for also the spread of disease. A lot of times, there are certain variables or scenarios that we may not control and may contract an STD without even knowing. So of course, regular testing is always encouraged and definitely suggested. You know, anytime you go to the doctor, definitely ask if they can do any type of STI testing that they have available there. And two, just not only for your own protection, but for the protection of others as well. Your old pride, one might say. Above the job, just not above store management. We saw the collapse coming a mile away. Oh no. Yeah, Amazon kinda was like termites to the foundation of big stores. Yeah, you're right. Although, with that also being said, that is the business of change. One of the key things that I learned, especially in business administration and marketing, is that you have to keep up with the times. Otherwise, you're going to fall behind and then literally just get left in the dust, which, you know, with the now everything being a shipment based and online purchases and buying directly from source or a corporation and not having the need or the necessity or even the novelty of retail stores as much as we used to have at one point in time, Toys R Us literally just fell down the hole and did not climb back out. Oh, serious. Grower is not going to work on this screen because I haven't set it up for this particular scene. Let me go to studio mode real quick here and I can fix that. Bear with me just a moment, y'all. Alright, we're gonna copy this source. We're gonna go back to intermission A. And then we're going to paste the source. And we're gonna move it right down here. And then we're gonna update the scene. Alright, there we go. So now, serious, if you do that command, it should work successfully at this point in time.
Don't ever forget you're golden. I will find the light in your soul, I'll be there.
Especially now, post-COVID, our mail is so empty today. Yeah, people are going to be super amped and excited about getting out and about, especially after having been cooped up for so long. People are getting vaccinations. The mask mandate is being lifted in a lot of places and in a lot of locations. So people are going to have almost that new and shiny to get back out and about and have all of those just social places in retail and in bars and clubs and everything else in between. It is going to take a while for it to kind of. There's the roar. I know Sirius is super excited about that. Sirius is actually the one. Tim Scope is Sirius, by the way. He's the one that submitted the sound file for the roar, so that is actually his personal roar that y'all hear in that picture. So definitely credit to him for that. But yeah, now that we are definitely post-COVID, everybody's like, woohoo, we're free, let's go out and party. Me, not so much. I'm just happy that I'm able to go visit people without being absolutely terrified or shocked that I'm going to become sick the next day. Or I can actually go grocery shopping without fretting that within the next 24 hours I'm going to be out of commission. Because I am definitely one of those immunocompromised people where with my conditions, I literally catch anything and everything at the drop of a hat. So I was terrified to leave the house. And back in March, I actually did catch COVID. My roommate, who was working in medical transport, caught it from one of his patients. He got sick with it, and even though I tried to isolate to myself to my room as much as humanly possible, it still managed to get to me. Um, and I mean, y'all, it was bad. I almost had to be hospitalized. I caught pneumonia both during and afterwards. Um, I don't even remember anything from the month of March. It just completely was glazed over for me because I was in bed so much. Mm, that was some dark chocolate I just bit into, and oh my god, it's so good. Mm. Oh, here's another myth that popped up on one of my research articles here, which I haven't read the reality part of it yet, but it did kind of strike a nerve for me, where it says that bisexuals are accepted within the gay and lesbian community. It says that that is a myth, but I feel like that is a yes and no type situation. Well, let me read the reality part before I get into it. Lesbian, gay, trans, and heterosexual people harbor misinformation and biphobia. Heterosexual people may consider bisexuals as confused, while lesbian and gay people will not see bisexuality as a valid sexual orientation due to the stigma around sexual preference as a choice. So, when we talk about being accepted within the gay and lesbian community, I say yes and no. Like, I have known bisexuals, I have been and are great friends with bisexuals. I identified as bisexual well, actually, if I'm really getting to the nitty gritty, I am bisexual to a certain point. I'm just very, very far on the male preference side of that spectrum. But there is a lot of people in the LGBT community who look at bisexuality as like the gateway to becoming gay or to becoming lesbian, which is not the case. There may be some discovery situations where when somebody is still trying to figure out what their sexuality is or what kind of sexuality they do have in the world, they may go from being bisexual to gay or from bisexual to lesbian or what have you. But that's on a case by case basis and is individual to that person. It's not because it's like the gateway to becoming gay, but rather a discovery of just defining who that person is. Brick and mortar will never be the same. Yeah, concert, sports, dining will be fine, but retail, I don't know. Yeah, retail in general is making a massive shift as time goes on. Retail's gonna have the hardest time recovering. I'm not a party person, but if people drag me into a party, I would join. You know, serious. Even though I've had for a while an urge to go back to a dive bar or a club, naturally, I'm really not much of one myself. Like, I still am a born and bred introvert. Like, I want to be home in my comfort zone with a good game or a good TV show. I've been binging Deep Space Nine while I've been sick, first and foremost. And I could literally, if I had the choice and not such a busy schedule, I would just lay in bed all day and watch Deep Space Nine. If I had no other obligations, I totally would, and not even think twice about it. A party at Naka's? No, that means I would have to clean this house, which is a disaster right now. Yes, at least in person. At least in person, I mean. We friggin' gave Bezos enough to go into space. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Alright. We're looking at what, 10:08 now? Let me go back to our talking points here. Number 5. My mouse is not working. There we go. Some people are attracted to cisgender men and cisgender women. You might meet a bisexual person who says that they're only attracted to cisgendered men or cisgendered women, though that's certainly not the case for all bisexual people. This definition can be based on some misconceptions about gender, as you can't always tell by looking at someone whether they're a man, woman, or even cisgendered. Which kind of goes back to that other alternate definition of bisexual, where again, it's not man and or woman, it is same and or different. So we're now not anymore just talking about the binominal spectrum of male to female, but everything else that's in that area in between, with the gender fluid, the queer, the trans, and everything that entails, or the non-binary. DS9 is good, broached a lot of stuff way before it showed up in mainstream. Oh, that is so true. The entire premises of Star Trek was definitely way ahead of the curve. One of the sayings, which was from Gene Roddenberry, that I actually have saved here someone. Let me open up my pictures and I'll drag it over here. If I can find it. It was a billboard that was on the side of the street somewhere. Here it is. I found it. Okay, let me open this up. Oh, it might help if I show you on my screen. You know, that's useful too. It's impossible to fear diversity and to enter the future at the same time, said by Gene Roddenberry. I love that quote, and it is so true. That entire show was so ahead of its time about equality and inclusion and diversity, and just accepting people for who they are, not for what race they're assigned to or what origin they came from or their nationality or anything of the above, but the person is actually judged and based on the actions and decisions that they made as a person rather than anything that physically defined them. Oh god, Guy's in the stage again. This motherfucker. Whack-a-mole. Just start high-fiving until I yeet the frog across the room. Is that what we're doing? Oh, mercy. I have the Addy. I can bring dips. A blanket with a fellow introvert and drinking tea while binging everything? Yes, chef kiss. Indefinitely. Infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Okay, me equals asexual. Personality is better than gender. And, ooh, excuse me. And my old girlfriend who claimed bi is now a straight guy, and it kind of shook me. Oh, that is a transition. He is transitioning, and speaking of transitioning, he is transitioning, and now I am like, am I straight? And I knew she was a dude before he did. Eek. And that brings up a whole nother topic in the conversation too, is these labels and these identifiers that we talk about all the time really isn't something that we should completely confine ourselves to. The only reason that we do have these terms is to better help explain and define our sexuality for other people to understand. Not to sit here and try to deliberate with ourselves, which box do I fit into? We don't fit in a box. We don't fit in a multiple choice selection where we can only choose one out of a list. Like that is never the case when we talk about what makes a person who they are. Because first and foremost, people change all the time, whether it be a small change or a big change. I know we talk about how some people don't change, but in little ways here and there, people do change over time, whether they're willing to admit it or not. It just happens. The same thing happens with sexuality. What I may have found attractive 15 years ago definitely does not fit what I find attractive now. Like, completely different story as far as like physical attraction for me goes. Um, I'm not that same person whatsoever. Yeah, we're not squares. We're not even geometric shapes. I really like the word fluid, especially when they talk about, gender fluid, for example, because that's kind of what we are. We're fluid, and we just fit ourselves into the present of what, for the lack of a better word, wants to be. Good morning, Jeff. Very early morning for you. Very amorphous, yes. Did I actually present number 5? Nope, we were still on number 4. So let's go ahead and do number 5 here in the chat. Let me not do that at guide. On the point, number 5. Oop, that's not what I wanted to click on. Try again. Some people are attracted to cisgender men and cisgender women. Might meet a bisexual who says they're only attracted to cisgender men and cisgender women, though they're not certainly not the case for all bisexual people. There we go. Oh, we gotta hydrate. Well, on that note, my emotionally dependent husband is waiting for me to come to bed. Love y'all and have a good stream. Thank you, Silver. And yes, I will definitely redeem that hydrate with this lovely thermos that you provided to me. Thank you so much. Jeff, we are doing amazingly well. We are celebrating the bisexuality awareness for tonight's event at the Echoes Chamber. So we've already talked about a few different talking points about bisexuality. I got 17 different points to go over tonight, and I'm on number 5, so we're working our way through. I know, Sirius. I've got the copy paste thing down to an art now. I am not fully typing anything out anymore. Cannot believe I was doing that Saturday.
If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said
go ahead and hit point number 6 here. Continuing. Trying to edit this to make it a little bit more cohesive. You're a sweetheart for taking the energy to type all those then. Like I was trying to maximize my words per minute on my keyboard. I wish I had a bigger keyboard. This standard run-of-the-mill economy Dell keyboard it functions, but I would like a mechanical keyboard. Oh no, that just removed everything I... There we go. Alright, but number 6, since I went ahead and posted it in-game anyhow, we were talking about how some people are attracted to cisgender men, cisgender women, so just that binominal men and women. And then, of course, there are the others that are attracted to people across the gender spectrum. Plenty of bisexual people are attracted to trans and non-binary people, and plenty of bisexual people are transgendered and non-binary themselves. Words. So, for many bi people, there's no question that bisexual is an inclusive term spanning across the gender spectrum. I like how it reverses the point of view on that, where it doesn't just say that bisexual people can be and are attracted to transgendered and non-binary people, but that they themselves, in fact, can be transgendered or non-binary people. And that very much is true and in a lot of cases evident. Of course, not intentionally trying to avoid that particular topic, but I am really glad it brought that up because I have failed to mention it up to this point. Mm. I think I mentioned this Saturday when I had popcorn Saturday too. But this is like the movie butter, theater butter type popcorn that you can get. And what I've done is, like, as I was pouring it out of the bag into the bowl, I was taking ranch seasoning and kind of just mixing it all together as it was being poured out. So it was still hot and still very buttery, so that all the ranch seasoning would just kind of attach itself to all the wet butter that's still in there. And now that it's cooled off and it's solidified a little bit, it's almost got this almost like hard encasing of just ranch powder all over it. And oh my god, it is so good. This is why I put social eating on one of my tags. So delicious. A lot of these articles are pretty short. And now I've got popcorn stuck in my back teeth. Blah. And let me find a pic here. Totally not going to do this on camera. Alright, I got it. I'm not gonna sit here and look like a dental assistant trying to clean my own teeth. Let's see. Trying to see if I can find any of these additional myths that go along with the points we've already talked about. Oh, I just saw one that is not true. If you identify as bi, you're a cheater. This is one of the most common myths about bisexuality. It's likely that this myth stems from the idea that bisexual individuals can't make up their minds one way or the other, and are attracted to anybody and everybody, or just the over-sexualization of this identity in general. Writer Maria Burnham puts it best in the Huffington Post, saying, "There is no legitimate study proving that bi people are cheaters, nor would it be easy to obtain accurate results if one was to perform a study, but it would appear that this myth is touted in cities all over. Ultimately, cheaters of all identities cheat for various reasons. Period. Sexual identity has nothing to do with it." Which is so true. It doesn't matter what your sexuality is. It doesn't matter what you identify as. Cheaters are cheaters. Just it's non-discriminate. And at the same time, because I've talked about this with several people before, something that makes a person a cheater is not necessarily the act of cheating, but the deception and or lying that comes because of cheating. Because there is, polyamorous relationships, there are open relationships, and there are just relationships of all different kinds that, it's okay for one or the other, or especially if it's poly, any member of the relationship to have interactions or physical relationships with other people. It is understood, it is known, and it is accepted within that relationship. Therefore, in that circumstance, it is not cheating. It's actually condoned. But the moment that you have broken like an agreed upon rule, or are having to go behind somebody's back to do something, or to hang out with a person, or to have relations with a person, and are having to willingly hide that from whatever partner you have in a relationship, that is what makes it cheating. Is the lying, the deception, the cover up, all of that. That's what makes a cheater, or cheating, or y'all know what I'm saying. That's what makes cheating cheating. Is when you break that trust. We're on number 7? Yes, 7. Actually, we're a little ahead of schedule. Let me do this before we move on to number 7. We're just going to do the general welcome. Now, we're celebrating bisexual awareness. Join us for the discussion on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Nakarumi. Which, of course, is redundant to saying here, because y'all are already watching the stream. I'm actually really happy to see Mushy here. He's kind of been out of the scene for quite some time. Granted, that's a two-way street, because I haven't been able to visit his circle all too often. But it's been a while since him and I have hung out. And even though I'm busy, it's still nice to see him. There's a lot of couples here. We got a good handful of people here tonight. That makes me happy. It's stuff like this that lets me know that we're doing our job. No, 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 we are not. I am not even going to say that out loud. I am not saying my name like that. Nope. Just denied. Rejected. Just nope. That's a nope. That's a nope from me, bruh.
I wish I could tell the truth. Wish I didn't have to play pretend with you. I wish I could, but I can't. I wish I could make things
Anywho, moving on to number 7.
this way.
Some people are more attracted to one gender than another. This was actually what I was mentioning earlier when I was talking about myself. But it goes on to say you might think you're only allowed to identify as bisexual if you experience an equal attraction to multiple genders. Don't worry, nobody can take away your bisexual card if this isn't the case for you. Research shows that lots of bisexual people are attracted more to one gender than another. Their bisexuality is still perfectly valid. So even though, like, if somebody were to ask me what my sexuality is, I would immediately say gay. Because if I was to try to assign a percentile to where I am on that, like, scale of homosexuality, basically, I would say I'm like a 98%. I mean, I am so close to just almost being at the 100% there. But I have been with women before, and there are certain women that, you know, I still find extremely attractive, and would definitely not be opposed to being with if I ever had the chance. You know, definitely got that celebrity crush like everybody does. But 9 times out of 10, if not more, I'm attracted to men. I find myself, especially when it comes to physical attributes, more so definitely attracted to men. Even though I do have a lot of concepts and idealizations and just thought processes that I would probably relate with. I'm flattered, Doc. I said Jeff. But I do have a lot of those, like, mental processes that I would probably feel more comfortable relating on a personal level with women than I do with men. But especially when it comes to, like, romance and physical attraction and stuff like that, almost 99% of the time is usually with men. And that's what I'm talking about, me. So definitely when it says some people are more attracted to one gender than another, and that sliding scale that I was talking about, where you may have more of an affinity for females, or you may have more of an affinity for males, or anything else in between. That would be my definition of it. Jeff, for multiple various different reasons, is definitely my BFF in that department. We have definitely critiqued each other on our appearances on multiple occasions in multiple different ways. %100%. I know me and Tia keep saying, whenever we get to talking back and forth, like, if we ever physically meet in person, you know, reality is just going to bend itself and collapse around us. Jeff would be another person where this would probably take place. Like, if we physically meet each other in actual space, just the space-time continuum is going to fall to pieces. I remember that time I opened Discord and it was just yes, we have To make sure that I say this within a terms of service manner, we have critiqued our physical appearances on a very detailed level. And since we are having an educational event talking about sexuality and different ideologies that go behind it, like this is a very valid part of that conversation.
left you hanging by a thread. If it was the first time, I would have held on until the edge.
Come downstairs. There you go.
Telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the
Somebody came
last
up in the house and shouted, "Where the party at?"
wouldn't have said what I said. 'Cause I said
Starts preparing a subspace escape pod. I mean, it wasn't even that you were showing me, it was just something on your back. Oh yeah, that picture. We're not gonna go into that story on Twitch, but yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Y'all, let's just say I've had a very, very colorful life history thus far.
we say goodbye.
I have had a lot of experiences in a very short amount of time. Yeah, yeah. Serious, you should have definitely seen that. Exactly. Woo.
We say
Anyways, have I posted number 7 on the game yet? I don't think I have. Let me scroll up here. Oh wait, what was this one? Oh, that was Xander. That was me. Alright, no, we were just on number 6. Alright, so we're gonna go on to number 7 now, which we've already discussed. I just need to copy and paste it here. Oop, nope. Make sure I type this right. Okay. Oh, here's another myth that popped up on my feed here that just kind of made me look at it funny. People who identify as bi are always looking for a threesome. Well, I may be the individual sitting over here like, hey, that sounds like a good time. Not always, no. One of the main complaints you'll hear from bisexual people is that when it comes to relationships, especially on dating apps, people expect them to want a threesome. But bisexual people don't exist to offer other people unique sexual experiences. They've just been over sexualized in pop culture and, as a result, are always viewed in a sexual light. Uh, Netflix is kind of a good example of this. While I love the shock factor and just raise my hands in the air for praise on Netflix for desensitizing just sex in general as an activity on TV, and then also makes the idea of any type of threesome or more, or a relationship that involves 3 or more people more of a normal activity and not extremely so taboo, depending on the storyline and the plot. I praise Netflix for doing that. But at the same time, just like this myth is talking about here, some bisexuals are not interested in threesomes, if not a majority of them. They may be somewhere between being attracted to both men and women, but that doesn't always mean that they want them at the same time or have more than one at the same time. See, just like not all straight people are interested in the same things. Oh wait, did I read that wrong? I did. Some bisexual people are interested in threesomes, but not all of them are. Just like not all straight people are interested in the same things. Even within a community, there is a diversity. So basically all that says is that while yes, some bisexual people may be interested in threesomes or more, not all of them are. And again, that's true with any of the sexualities. Um, whether that be straight, gay, anything else that's on the LGBTQ scale there, that's a personal decision for the people that are involved. Wow, what? Did I need to go over any particular points there, Sirius? If you missed any part of that, oh wow, that was a very crunchy piece of popcorn. To summarize, we're basically saying that bisexual people are not always interested in threesomes. Like, that's a misconception, a misbelief, that just because they are interested in more than one gender, or both men and women, does not always mean that they want to have sexual relations with them at the same time, or have sexual relations with more than one person at any one given time. And that is not true across the board. Was that number 8? No, we're on number 8. Alright, so that was number 7 we just went over. Make sure I don't lose my place here. Oh, really? Yeah, I've kind of been put in that position myself before. Not as, like, the target of the myth, but rather more so as the focal point of the myth, where because of a situation I was in, somebody was just making the generalization that anybody who considers themselves bi is all of a sudden interested in being in threesomes or more. And of course, I had to correct that person right then and there. But that just stems from the fact of generalizations does no good to anybody. I know they were trying to rationalize things in their heads, but every single person is different for whatever reason. Not just sexuality, but for any part of their personality. That's like saying all introverts are suffering from depression. No, that is not the case. Like, there's so much diversity and different things that make up a person outside of them just being introverted. I probably need to check my party finder real quick. Oh no, we're still good. We'll leave it. Although I do feel you, Sirius. Like, what was the one earlier? Excuse me, that I saw that caught me off guard. Oh, the one that said, like, bisexuals are more likely to have sexual transmitted diseases? It's like, whoa, excuse me? I know for, like, it's not so much of a stigma nowadays as it used to be several years ago. But it, especially when we're talking about, like, donating blood, like the Red Cross, for example, it is almost like an automatic assumption that if you are gay or have had any type of homosexual relations with a man, that you are pretty much assumed to have some type of STI or STD. Like, in the Americas, gay men cannot donate blood because they are statistically at a higher rate of having or contracting STIs and STDs. Even though we now have just as much, if not more, access to, like, safety precautions such as condoms and treatments and PrEP. I mean, there's like medications out there that help prevent you from catching any form of HIV. Or for those that do already have HIV for whatever reason, because that varies too. There is treatments and medication that make them undetectable, which at the same time means that they are untransmittable, if not safer than person who's negative. Because at least by then they know their status, they have the medication in their system, and they cannot transmit that disease to another person. Some introverts just don't like being around others because they're protecting their energy. The biggest, from my perspective, the biggest difference between introverts and extroverts is how their energy is distributed in social situations. Where an introvert, the way that they recharge their batteries is through isolation. Not like bad isolation, but just more interpersonal things where like me sitting at home watching my TV series, reading a book, playing one of my games, like Overwatch, for example, where I don't necessarily have to be like one-on-one with somebody. Um, like that's how I spend my downtime and recharge my batteries. Whereas for extroverts, it or let me finish with the introverts actually. And then when introverts do get into social situations and go to parties and bars and social gatherings, that's when they start expending their energy. Like they have to exert energy in order to be social with other people, especially in large groups and large settings like that. Where extroverts, on the flip side of that coin, are the polar opposite. They tend to drain and lose energy when they are isolated and spending time alone and away from people. Like they just simply lose and drain the energy in those type situations and have to recharge by being around other people and interacting with other people and being in large social group settings such as parties, dive bars, and celebrations and what have you or whatever. Like that's how they recharge their energy. Run out of social. Yeah, that is a very good way to put it. And I wish I still had my material on the four different colors of personalities and everything that's like involved and where you can be on the graph of those four colors of personalities. But I do know as a like laid back, casual, but business oriented introvert, I am a blue. It's so hard to remember where it was I was on the spectrum, but I'm like a blue-green natural, but a red-yellow mask, meaning, this is where it gets complicated. Blue-green. Blue is what's called the melancholy. Is very like intellectual, independent, kind of isolated, on your own. You're very stereotypical introvert. Where the green is something that starts with a P, and I could not tell you what it is to save my life. The phlegmatic, something like that. But very laid back, very casual, very like, why stand when I can sit? Why sit when I can lay down? Type situation. Go with the flow type people. So that's my natural state of being when I'm not trying to do or be anything. Where my mask personality, my red-yellow, defines me as a very extroverted person. Yellow, which kind of stands for like very uppity activity, energy, sunlight. Those are your pure extroverts that have to have people around them to be social. And then the red are like your go-getters, your very aggressive, ambitious type people, the ones that usually are leaders. That's your red personality. So when I am exerting my energy, I turn into a red-yellow, and when I'm in my restful natural state, I turn into a blue-green. Hopefully I didn't lose y'all. That was a lot to go over and to summarize. I wish I could remember the name of the book that I got this information from because it was super interesting. If I could ever remember the lady's name, because I went to a conference and actually talked to this woman about her book, and it was so insightful. I learned so much about people and myself. No, it wasn't Taylor Hartman. Oh my God, there's so many books out there. It's not even funny. Oh, wait, did I see it? Was it Carol? Anyways, I'm getting off topic here. Definitely feel the introvert side. There's only a few people I can comfortably hang out with. Yeah, and of course there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Everybody has their own needs and differences. Anywho, let's move on before we get behind here. Hey, beautiful people. We're now on point number 8. Dating someone of a different gender doesn't make you straight. Getting into a relationship is another thing that might make you wonder if you're bi enough. For instance, if you're a woman in a monogamous relationship with a man, does that mean you're not bisexual anymore? While you may come across people who think you've picked a side by getting into a relationship, that's not actually how bisexuality works. There's even a whole movement, #StillBisexual, created just to affirm that bisexual people are bisexual regardless of relationship status. And this is very true. Like how I was just talking about where I myself have dated women in the past. You know, not for a moment did that all of a sudden make me straight. Although in the view of some of my family members it did. I was still very much bisexual. I still found men very attractive, even while I was in a relationship with a woman. Uh-oh. Regardless of... I ran out of characters here. Like 3 words. I'm allowed to type out the last 3 words of a sentence, right? I don't have to copy and paste that. But yeah, about that topic. There has been, and this is where that stigma, where I was talking about how even in the LGBT community, where they view bisexual people as like that is the gateway sexuality into becoming gay or lesbian. No. Like, regardless of who you're dating at any given time, that doesn't determine or finalize what your sexuality is. Your sexuality is your sexuality, regardless of what type of situation or relationship you're in at any given moment. I dated women too, although that's the story of my life I'm still trying to recall. Oh no. Yeah, and who knows? Even though I'm in a fairly, like, I would even say I'm in a fairly strong relationship right now with my current boyfriend. I've never been in any type of relationship where I've had as much openness and communication, and no fear. For me in particular, that would probably be the biggest thing that I would say about the relationship I'm in now. I don't have fear of the relationship, of, you know, of telling him anything at all. Like in my last relationship, my marriage even, like I was terrified to tell my husband anything and everything because I was so afraid that it was going to be misconstrued or my words were going to be twisted and turned against me because I was 24/7 being accused of things that I was not doing. I mean, it drove me absolutely nuts. And 8 years I was with that person. And for the record, let me tell y'all, after 8 years of being accused of stuff that you were not doing, you really start developing this mental process of maybe you should go ahead and do it anyways, just to validate their, accusations they keep making against you. And I almost did. Came really close. Stopped myself before it got too far, but even to this day, never once did I commit those sins and tragedies that he said I did. Anyways, that's another soapbox for another time. Oh, is Mushy living? Yep, he is. Let me get a goodbye off before he disappears.
Light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand.
That heart just kind of floated in the air since I couldn't find him, but it's okay. It definitely sucks being accused like that. Yeah, it really is. Especially when you know that it's untrue, but nothing you say, nothing you do, even when you present evidence, it doesn't change their mind. And yet they still stay with you and keep the relationship, but still constantly 24/7 are throwing those accusations in your face. I mean, it literally becomes an outlet for them to just mentally and verbally abuse you, and it's not okay. For everybody that goes through situations like that, I know the signs and the triggers and the red flags are a lot of times hard to identify because it's not something that just happens overnight, It happens over time. You gradually just kind of slip into this routine and process, and, things start happening that seem okay because it snuck up on you. And it's not until it's really, really a dangerous situation that you finally hit that realization that, oh, this is not okay. I need to get out. Or at least that's how it happened for me. I had to wait for things to get really bad before I was finally like, nope, I'm done. I'm not going to let you abuse me like this. Tom the Fluff Cat Neko. Who is this person and where are they at? I want to see what they look like. Way over here. Look at them horns. I'm not gonna lie, from this angle, they kind of look like donkey ears. Like when Pinocchio turns into a donkey. Hey, N7 Clutch, thank you for the compliment there. Yeah, it actually took me a while to find this overlay, but when I finally got it, and it fit my colors that I use for both my organization and everything, it was perfect. Like, yep, we're going with this one. It's fantastic. Thank you. Alright, we are getting close to 11 o'clock here, so let's go ahead and move on to number 9. Now, with number 9, it says some people... Wait. Is this the one we just read? No, it's not. Some people have different relationships with different genders. Okay, so this is like the opposite point of number 8. Maybe you're most attracted to one gender than another, but what does it mean if you experience different types of attraction to different genders? For example, you could be romantically attracted to people of multiple genders, but sexually attracted only to men. Or maybe you don't have sexual feelings for anyone, but you do experience romantic attraction. This is sometimes referred to as cross or mixed orientation. Romantic attraction to one gender group. Oh, okay, I see what they're saying. Rom- Sorry. Romantic attraction to one gender group or groups, or no gender group, and sexual attraction to another or none. And that's what cross or mixed orientation means. It's possible to be bisexual or biromantic along with another orientation like asexual or aromantic. So the wording and phrasing on that is very complicated, but if I were to sum that up here, this is what we were talking about Saturday with asexuality. Yes, yes. Where the different types of attraction that you can have for a person with the emotional, the romantic, the physical, the sexual. I'm missing another one in there somewhere because there was like 5 of them. But yes, all of those types of different attractions kind of change the playing field a little bit, but not necessarily the orientation. Um, so even with bisexuality, just like how we were talking about with asexuality, like there are so many different perspectives on what you may or may not have with one gender or may or may not have with a different kind or the other kind of gender. It's just, again, it always breaks down to that specific person and how they view their sexuality and how they define it for them. Because going back to the very first thing that it said on our first point of the night, being bisexual means different things to different people. And everything we've touched on thus far just goes to reinforce that. I thought that was somebody making a comment, and that was just Nightbot doing his doing his job, talking about my merchandise. Where I don't necessarily have a thermos available up there, but you can definitely get a coffee mug with the logo right on the side. Or a t-shirt that has one winged healer and the logo right across the front of it, which is hanging over by my closet, which you can't see on my camera right now. Alright, let's post this topic here in-game. And for topic number 9 of the night, I'm just going to copy and paste this entire thing here. It'll be easier for people to read rather than what I was trying to make sense of it while reading it aloud. Granted that it was kind of slightly my fault for not reading this from top to bottom ahead of time. I just kind of skimmed through everything as I was doing my research. But I still got what it meant. Let's go ahead and refresh the party finder since it's the top of the hour. Trying to see if I also have additional myths that back up what we were just talking about. Oh, actually, boom, right there in front of my face. Bisexuality is equivalent to pansexuality, and this is actually a myth that's listed up here. So it goes on to say many people get confused about the difference between bisexuality and pansexuality. For the most part, there is a lot of overlap between what it means to be bisexual and what it means to be pansexual, with both identities essentially meaning that you're open to dating people of the same or different genders than yourself. Pansexuality tends to have more of an emphasis on being open to dating someone regardless of gender, while bisexual people tend to say they're interested in dating people from two or more genders. But different people define the terms differently. A lot of it comes down to which term you identify with the most. Sexuality, and here we just kind of go with the repetition again, sexuality is fluid. So it's ultimately up to each individual person to decide which label they feel represents them best. So again, we're seeing a lot of repetition through ideals that we're talking about, just from different perspectives and different wording, and from different points of view. But all does kind of just reinforce the fact that your sexuality is completely based on what you define your sexuality as, not by what somebody else defines it as. And again, these labels, these terms, these words, the only reason they exist is to help explain our sexuality to other people, to help them understand. Excuse me. Does it mean that I make gourmet popcorn when I mix it with seasoning as I poured it out the bag with the theater butter? Because I feel like I've made gourmet popcorn. Y'all missed it earlier too, right before I started streaming. I was still nomming on the popcorn, and I bit right on the front of my tongue with like one of my jagged teeth, and literally tore the flesh off the tip of my tongue. There's blood all in my mouth, all over the place. It's finally like healed up and coagulated at the very least, and I'm still eating, of course. So I'm trying so carefully not to bite my tongue again. Oh yeah, it hurt. It hurt so bad. I was literally like able to pull because it was like a hangnail. I was able to pull that hanging flesh off the front of my tongue. Just, oh god, so bad. And it's not like a bump you get on your tongue where it's just sore all the time. It's kind of just a little numb now, but yeah. Stop! I know. It sounds so painful. Honestly, it sounds a lot worse than what it actually is. It doesn't really hurt all that much. It's definitely numb now, but it was bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really surprised it stopped bleeding as soon as it did, though. Riker! Some of us haven't eaten today. Well, go get you something to eat. I'm not going anywhere for the next couple of hours. I need to remind myself to write an email to work tonight. Completely tangent thought there. Yes, I know, but I do need to do that. Still trying to pick like kernels out of my teeth here. I really wish I could remember that personality book I was talking about earlier. I actually had the artist sign the book for me. She was a really cool person. And explained everything so well. You'll be there soon. Heyo, I see a Ryu.
Time is now, place is here to rest. Feeling the hose on my soul. I see, I like, I go, I get. No one can hold me back. I see, I like, I go, I get. Go, I get, go, I get, go, I get now.
Xander's right on cue. Love it. Just realized I'm kind of out of the spotlight. I'm gonna move up some.
I see, I like, I go, I get, go, I get. No one can hold me back. I see, I like,
I remember you. Yeah, where's Artis? I mean, it is a Monday night, so I wasn't expecting like a massive turnout like we saw on Saturday, but still. Oh, here's a myth. Now we've all heard this one. Bisexuality is just a phase before someone comes out as gay or lesbian. No, 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 no. It's true that some people identify as bisexual before later identifying as something different, just as some people identify as straight before coming out as LGBT. Other people identify as gay or lesbian before coming out as bisexual. Bisexuality is unique because it recognizes the often fluid nature of romantic, emotional, and sexual attraction, but this does not make it any less legitimate than any other sexual orientation. For the vast majority of people, it is not a phase, and anyone who identifies as bisexual deserves to have that identity respected. Amen. Ooh, and just to spur on to that one cannot identify as bisexual unless they have been in a relationship with both a man and a woman. Now, many people know that they are bisexual way before they are ever in a relationship, just as many people know that they are gay or straight at young ages. It is not necessary to have romantic experiences with both genders or either gender before identifying as bisexual. Moreover, when a bisexual person gets married, their orientation does not change. Truth. So much truth. I think what probably drives me crazy the most, especially when we talk about myths and facts about any type of sexuality, is the fact that people try to drive their definition or their idea of what it should be onto other people. When honestly, they don't have the right to. They can maybe help you discover your orientation or help you define what your sexuality is, but that doesn't mean that they can tell you that your sexuality is wrong or that your version, your definition of being bisexual is completely unbiased or absolutely just incorrect. Like, no, no, no. It just always goes back to that very first point that we were talking about, where not just bisexuality, but sexuality in general means different things for different people. Trying to see if there's any other myths up here that are kind of relevant. Ooh, this is one I've heard of before, and it never sat right when I heard this. Bisexuals aren't as oppressed as gay men and lesbians because they have heterosexual privilege. They are half straight. I'm pretty sure most of y'all can kind of just feel the tension with that statement. Facts. Bisexuals struggle to be visible in both the straight and gay communities. Bisexuals often encounter both the discrimination that gay men and lesbians face, in addition to the discrimination rooted in biphobia. Bisexuals do not attempt to hide their identities under a guise of heterosexuality any more than gay men or lesbians might. Like it's kind of true in both departments. Like, admittedly, like when I was actually openly claiming to still be bisexual, like for certain family and friends, they saw that as the light at the end of the tunnel, that I could still possibly be straight instead of just being full-fledged homosexual or gay or anything of that nature. So, like, in that respect, that in some cases I could probably go as far to say kept me in their good graces in terms of me just talking about my sexuality. But at the same time, just like how this article talks about, you know, anytime I was talking with any friends I had in the LGBT community when I was young, and if I ever, like if I was talking to a gay guy and I said anything about a female that for whatever reason I may have found attractive, it was just automatically like, ew, how could you even find that attractive at all? Like, why would you even touch that? I'm just like, really? Really? That's so rude. Yeah. So, it's like we have to hide from both sides of the table. Have to hide the heterosexuality from the gay community, and then you have to hide your homosexuality from the straight community, and it's this constant, like, seesaw act of trying to find that perfect balance. Oh, Lord Effie, no, not at all. We are celebrating bisexual awareness at the Echo Chamber tonight, so we are on various different talking points about bisexuality here. And we were talking about one myth where it says bisexuals aren't as pressed as gay men and lesbians because they have heterosexual privilege and that they're half straight. So we were just talking about the reasons, like, why there is a little bit of truth to that statement, but at the same time, it's not true. So we were just kind of going back and forth with that topic there. But no, you're perfectly fine. We're just celebrating bisexual awareness by going over various topics and discussion points and stuff like that. Riker, you made it! That's not how you spelled it. Anywho, we're a quarter after 11. Let's pick up on topic number 10. Yeah. Without context, timing may not have been good, but you cool. Yeah, this is true. My bias exists due to my experience. While I don't attempt to pigeonhole people, but I have found some things that ring true nearly every time. Yeah, and that's one of the things that we were kind of touching on too. Like, it's different for each individual person, based on experiences, environments, situations, interactions. Like, it's never going to be the same for any two people. So this goes back to the very first point that we were talking about earlier tonight, where sexuality is different or means different things for different people. Even though we're talking about bisexuality specifically tonight, just a general statement, sexuality means different things to different people. Look at the colors of that suit. Hang on, let me go back here. That is almost the exact same color scheme I almost did. I did blue pants and purple shoes, and so that would be the only other thing that we didn't do the same. You did blue shoes and purple pants. But I think both our shirts are the same Calibri pink. Yep, Calibri pink. I ended up using lavender and purple instead of gloom. Gloom is a little bit of a darker one, so that's much better for the pants, honestly. And then let's see, storm blue for the shoes. What blue did I use? I used raptor blue. It looks good though. I like the coloring, especially with the hair. That goes really good. Like in my experience, I have reservations attempting to date a bi man, but because nearly every time it goes one way. Oh, because nearly every time it goes one way. Aw, that's disappointing. And especially like given certain demographics or in places that you live, I know with us being southeastern specifically, like there's a lot of stigmas that come into play just because of the area that we live in. So I get that. I really, really do. But let's see, point number 10, since we're going on 11:20 here, who you're attracted to in whatever capacity is valid. Don't see yourself reflected in common descriptions of bisexuality. Or no, that was a question. Don't see yourself reflected in common descriptions of bisexuality? That's okay. If nothing else, this shows that there are many different ways to be bisexual and many different expressions of sexuality as a whole. Your unique experience is valid. Without even reading the article, we were already discussing this. This is exactly what we were just saying. Per topic and point number 10. Boom. And of course, we're just going to copy and paste everything here that we were just talking about. I realized that this song is on this particular track twice. Not that I don't like Radioactive, it's a good song, but they did put it up here twice. Bi men I've experienced are heavy. Was that a typo? Or a heavy something leaning, and like a specific type of man, specifically femme acting or femme passing, Andrew? Oh, hetero. Okay, I get it. I'm on the same page now. Okay, so basically with the ones that you have experience with, they're very far on the masculine side and are looking for somebody who is a very femme, like a femboy, for example. Are those the ones that you've come across? And I do believe, especially in our area and with the demographic that we have available to us, Effie, with the apps that a lot of people use nowadays and the ones that we have access to, I feel like there's only a certain branding of bisexual men that end up on the apps that we tend to look at. And I feel like it's just become a common practice in this region where a specific stereotype of bi men are up there. Not that it's the case with all of them who are available, but I kind of have noticed what it is that you're talking about, especially when I'm looking at those apps and whatnot. Yeah, I can see that. Not really entirely. We've had a good flow of people come in and out thus far. We had a lot of couples that were in here earlier. Like both couches were completely full, and we had a full bar of people. The night's still young, though. We still have another hour and a half, a little more than an hour and a half to go before the night's done with. I'm going to do a promotional shout out here real quick before we move on to number 11. Guess I have to get my other laptop out and come hang out. Yeah, definitely join us. Yeah, for sure, Effie. When I woke up today, I was still not feeling well. Like, I think I'm finally over the second COVID shot because the migraine finally has faded away. I'm not getting the shakes or the chills anymore. I'm not having to overcompensate with medication just to make myself a living human being. So I'm finally over the crud. So I should be right as rain by tomorrow. Um, I'm not gonna make any promises. I will try to like either shower in the morning or take a very quick shower as soon as I get done with work because I'm not getting off until 6, so it's gonna be a little bit later in the evening before I can get out there. But yes, I should be available tomorrow. Yeah, this second one, the first one I had like 3 weeks ago, only put me down for a day. 24 hours after I got it, like after the first 6 to 12 hours, it one day I was done with it. Easy peasy. This last one, I didn't get sick. Like I felt like I had the flu from the first one. This one, on the other hand, this second shot, like I just kept getting a reoccurring migraine. I was getting random shakes, random chills. I was breaking out in cold sweats, and fever was just up and down all over the place. For the few times I have streamed while I've been sick at home, I, kind of like doubled up on medication just so I could be somewhat cognitive and functional. It's been rough. Shower there too. I appreciate that, Effie. But no, like I'm going to like shower, change, pack up, and do all of that in one go, and head out that way. Ooh, we got a follow. Thank you. Let's see. This is Rinbu Evolution. Thank you for the follow. We are getting ever so much closer to 200 followers here in the One Wing Healer show. We are at, let's see, 165? I feel like that's not updated. Hang on, let me refresh. My Twitch manager just, like, took a shit, y'all. All right, Rinbu, you are officially number 166. So we are now only, let's see, what, 34? Yeah, 34 followers away from 200. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. Make me want to do a chair dance. And if I do it too hard, y'all just gonna see me sink, and it's gonna be nothing but knock a forehead. This is why that fundraiser in the bottom right corner, Naka needs a new chair, $90 out of 200. This thing needs to be replaced. It is falling apart. The hydraulics are failing. It is literally like the stuffing is coming out of the armrest. I can't even lift the armrest. Both of them are completely broken. It's bad. Wait for the new chair, Naka. I need it. I need one so bad. My next goal after getting a chair is probably either working on a new keyboard or a microphone. Probably going to go for the microphone first because I want to get off using the headset mic if possible. So we'll probably aim for that as our next goal. But yeah, this chair, because it is like literally breaking down, it needs to go. That was not the right button. Let me try that again. Alright, it's 11:30. Let's go ahead and hit up number 11. Being bisexual is not a pit stop or a phase. We actually talked about this in one of the myths earlier. One of the most persistent myths about bisexuality is the idea that it just doesn't exist. Do people say that they're bisexual just to go through a phase or hide that they're really gay? There are many, many people who live their entire lives identifying as bisexual. And while there have also been people who identified first as bisexual and then later as gay, their experience is in no way invalidates the existence of bisexuality as a whole. We were totally touching on that when we were reading through the myths there. Topic number 11 for the night. Boom. Kind of wish they would have posted these in paragraphs instead of one sentence at a time. I have to sit here and copy and paste them individually. Beard itches. Where's my comb? No. Naga's making a mess. Ah, that's much better. I was gonna make a mention about my t-shirt, but I forgot the name of the guy that's on my shirt. Aizen, that's his name. I was about to say I'm definitely representing the bleach with my t-shirt, and I was gonna say you can see the head of Aizen that's peeking out just below the bottom of the camera here. I had to look up his name. I forgot. It's been so long since I've watched or read Bleach. Yes, Riker, I am copy and pasting. I am not typing everything out. I just messed up my chair cover. Hello, darkness, my old friend. My amazing chair cover, thanks to Silver. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. I'm gonna pull a T and do a vitamin check on myself, even though I don't have a channel points redemption for that. I would add one, but I literally only have like 3 of these left. I've got pill vitamins somewhere. They're hiding in the depths of my desk. That is utter chaos. Redeemer stretch. My back is actually feeling a lot better after I sugared it up the other day. I can actually twist and kind of bend from side to side without feeling like utter death. We're gonna go ahead and jump on to number 12 because it's going on 11:30 now. Topic number 12 with Bisexuality Awareness Night. If you find that your individual definition of being bisexual is changing, that's okay. Does it turn out that bisexuality isn't what you thought it was? Did you used to define it as one way and now you think of it as something else? Welcome to the club. That's actually how a lot of us have come to reach our understanding of bisexuality. You're not obligated to stick with a definition that doesn't feel right to you anymore. As long as you're not hurting anyone, including yourself, let yourself explore what bisexuality really means for you. I'm actually gonna refund you that posture check because I'm already sitting up straight with both feet on the floor. I honestly cannot fix my posture any more than it already is. Now that I can do. And the tea is still hot 3 hours after I made this. Oh, I never did check to see if somebody wanted to be a featured viewer yet. Although Silver told me it may not be working. I have to do some research on that.
Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden.
But talking about point number 12, where sexuality is again fluid. It changes, it flows, it conforms to the shape of your being. As you go through life and as you discover and learn more and gain more experience and have more stories and tangible things that help you understand and define better what your sexuality is, you may find out that maybe you don't necessarily identify as bisexual. Maybe it ends up being more like pansexual. Or as you learn interest in sexual attraction, you may find out you become asexual. Or as you just throughout life find that you don't have any attraction to, one specific gender anymore. You may become homosexual, or you may decide the opposite and just be heterosexual. You never know. But it's okay for that to change, and it's okay for you to redefine that definition. It does not have to be any one given thing until the start and end of time. Why didn't it paste? There it goes. I just realized I've been neglecting my popcorn. We've been talking a lot. Naka, don't talk with your mouth full. Ooh, somebody waved at me. Who was that? my lord. Oh my. That was $75 roonies. Oh. You just made me but I was about to say you just made my butthole pucker. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of money. Thank you. Oh, y'all, we are now only what? $35 away from a new chair? Lord, I'm gonna have to start looking up the chair I was gonna be getting into again. I wasn't ready. He needs some milk. Or in my case, I need some tea. Oh, will make me cry. You know, thanks to that, you actually reminded me that I now have a new command for the Nightbot that actually gives the information for the tipping jar or the donation link. I need to get like a tipping jar widget or something. That would be amazing. Whew. Got me flustered. Look at you. Do I have room on my friends list? That is the question. I do. I only have 3 spots, but you're getting one of them. I know. Look at me moving up in the Twitch world. I have things. Oh, mercy. I done forgot what number we're on. I wasn't ready. Number 12. Dang, a friend spot. Look, if you manage to snag a spot on my friends list, you is somebody. Because it is always full. I'm almost to the point where I have to go through another purge and be like, okay, who have I not talked to in like the past 3 months? It's so sad, but I've been playing this game ever since it came out in beta, so 200 spots is not enough room on the friends list. Square Enix, hello. Tearing up this popcorn, so good. That would really only be the only reason I would make another character. Is just so I can have another friends list of another 200 people. But I do everything with this one character. Like, everything is off of this one tune. Alright. Let's go to 13. Stemming off of point number 12, where it says if you find that your individual definition of being bisexual is changing, that's okay. Number 13 says, and if you find that you no longer identify as bisexual, that's okay too. Inventory slots increase? Yeah, we need that too. Once you're bisexual, are you always bisexual? You certainly don't have to be. And if you used to identify as bisexual and you don't anymore, you're not the only one. Some people's sexuality is fluid. Again, we're talking about fluid motion, meaning that it does change from time to time. It's also possible that you've learned more about yourself and sexuality over time and realized that you were never bisexual in the first place. This isn't anything to be ashamed of. the journey to figure out who you are is an important one. And it's wonderful that you're growing to know yourself more. This literally regurgitated everything that we talked about. In but oh so many words. Literally what we were just talking about. And by piggybacking off from point 12, we now head to 13. We're just going to take the and out of the beginning to make this more conducive here. Uh-oh, ran out of characters. The journey to figure out who you are is an important one. And we're just gonna copy and paste the rest of this paragraph here. Boom. Alright, we've got 4 more points left before the end of tonight. And we still got a whole handful of myths we can go over too. Now with everybody that's in the channel, I know I've been talking your ears off, talking about bisexuality and everything that revolves around it, and just sexuality in general. But did anybody have like any questions? Or anything that they want to kind of touch on? Or even just debate or discuss? Lightning round, go! Or heck, like even like a story or a testament, for example, like your experience with bisexuality. Kind of like how Effie came in and was talking about his experiences encountering bisexual men that live in our area. You know, I definitely want to hear those type of testaments and stories and experiences. Oh, that scared me a little bit. I hate you. Eat my popcorn and calm down. I just saw some settings in my audio that I need to fix. I'll worry about that later. It's not affecting the stream. Ooh, ooh, that had a lot of ranch powder on it. I feel like Hidden Valley just hit me in the face. As a matter of fact, what I may do in the game, since we're talking about Blackout Pie with the tentacles, I always love that emote so much. Professional streamer? I feel like that's a loaded question. Like, is that a streamer plus... Probably shouldn't say what was going through my mind. But anyways. I don't know what sexuality I am, so I just go by not straight. And I mean, it's like these articles keep trying to enforce. That's okay. Like, if you're not able to really assign a word to it, then so be it. I mean, I assume that you can still maybe like describe it in so many words that what it is that you may find in a person, or what you may be looking for, or what type of attraction you might have in certain people, whether it be the sexual, the physical, the romantic, the emotional, the mental. I think that was the fifth one I was missing earlier. I know when we were talking about asexuality on Saturday night, we were talking about just the bonds that you have, the connections you have with people that helps to determine the type of attraction you may have to another person. It's not about their physical attributes or anything that defines them in the physical sense, whether it be gender or anything else for that matter, but rather just the relationship you have with that person. I saw people come in the club, and my first instinct is, oh, I need to do the promo shout. Oh, here we go. I had a bisexual roommate who came out on the last day of his time here before he was whisked away to Canada for work. But he was a big, big mess. Being a guy that slept with half of the campus. Oh, goodness. But I feel fun for being the first guy he went for. And that was 4 years ago. But I feel fun. Alright, so I'm trying to make sure I understand that one statement that you got here, but you feel fun for being the first guy he went for? Now when you say the first guy he went for, is this being the first guy that he openly admitted this to, or did he actually like go toward for you like in an attraction type situation? I gave you two options and you said yes. Are you saying that you were just happy that he actually came out to you as like one of the first people he actually came out to? Leaning towards pansexuality. I would say that's always a very good term to go with, especially when you're taking gender out of the equation. I like to associate pansexuality with being like people sexual. Like it's not about the gender or so much the physical attribute of what is attached to them as it is just the person and the intangible attributes about them. Oh, went for you and came out to you. Okay, so it was a double whammy. Now I got you. I'm on the same page. That makes perfect sense now. Oh, somebody's pulling tail. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty unique experience. I've had, especially after I graduated and was getting into a bunch of community college projects, I've had a lot of younger people like approach me for advice and actually coming out and said stuff because I was definitely out by that time in my life. And I guess that they were just looking for insight on how to come out themselves, which I always feel like that is such a touchy area because nobody's situation is the same and nobody's coming out story is quite the same. But I always feel like, you know, if I share my story, maybe there's something about how I did it that would kind of give them insight on how they should do it. Find something relatable in that respect. We are going to go ahead and jump into number 14 since we are coming up to the top of the hour. I am also going to go ahead and update my party finder. So number 14 says it is often used interchangeably with other terms, talking about bisexual, but they don't always mean the same thing. Some people see no difference between bisexuality and other terms like pansexual or queer. Some even identify as more than one of these terms at once. The term they use could simply depend on who they're talking to or what about. Wait, did I read that right? The term they use could simply depend on who they're talking to or what about their sexuality they want to convey. There we go. But these terms aren't always interchangeable. For example, someone might have specific reasons for identifying as queer and not bisexual. So it's important to respect how each individual chooses to identify. And this kind of goes to what you were saying there, Tecker, with trying to come up with the label or the identifier to explain your sexuality. This would be kind of a good analogy where I know queer itself is, by definition of the word, is just non-normative. So queer does kind of become an umbrella term that kind of encompasses a lot. And it does give you a lot of wiggle room to kind of help you define your own sexuality without trying to confine it to a definition of another term. Kind of like how pansexuality covers quite a large area, even though the only defining point of pansexuality is gender is no longer a variable. So it always just, again, depends on what it means to you. We just constantly keep reinforcing that same initial point. I know, I said wiggle worm. Words are hard, okay? Copy and paste all of these. Actually, we'll go ahead and post that, and then we'll do the other two sentences, because it's not going to fit otherwise. Hungry for some wiggle worm? No, I am not gonna go to oh god, what's that one city? I want to say I got Mordona stuck in my head, but it's not Mordona. Oh my god, my brain. Hang on. Mordsuk. That's what I was thinking of. We are not going to Mordsuk to go buy some wiggle worms to go eat. No thank you. Nuh-uh. I'm not spending my gold on that. I'm imagining a worm with glasses just wiggling to the music. Can we make that an emote? Can we make that a thing? Hang on. I'm seriously about to do an internet search here. Oh god, that is not what I was looking for. Let's try again. Oh, we just officially hit 3 hours because that was the end of my music right there. I can't find a worm that has glasses and is dancing. I can find a dancing worm, but I can't find one with glasses. Sad face. Otherwise, I would totally turn that into a thing right now. I tried. Oh, hang on. Roger Dodger, madame. I've got you. Where's my notepad? Oh, excuse me. Let's see, we still got an hour left. I probably need to start drinking some water. I think my throat is a little irritated from talking so much today. Alright, before I get distracted by music and do more dancing than we do actually like bisexual awareness here. Let's see, I think we've covered everything on this article. Yeah, we can close out of that one. We completely covered that one.
If I was a bad guy, I would have left you hanging by a thread. If it was the first time, I would have held long until the edge.
Whoa, here's a myth we didn't look at. Bisexuals must be in a relationship with both a man and a woman at the same time in order to be happy. Or, bisexuals are promiscuous, polygamous, and or immoral. That's a myth. The fact is, many bisexuals are in loving, committed, monogamous relationships with one person. Many bisexual people eventually get married. Bisexuals are not any more likely to engage in multiple relationships at one time than straight or gay people are. Bisexuals are not immoral, deceiving, or less safe than people of any other orientation. Being bisexual has to do with who a person is attracted to, but has nothing to do with how they date or what kinds of relationships they prefer. And even with that being said, because I feel like I need to clear this up as well, bisexuals that are polygamous is just as okay as the ones that have monogamous relationships. There is no right or wrong or better or worse between the two. It is. I hate that sound bit. 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 My entire insides just sank when I heard that explosion go off. I think all my blood just rushed to my feet right now. Not okay. I hate you, Riker. I'm stuffing myself with popcorn to calm myself down. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I swear, y'all live to scare the crap out of me every time. Whew. What was I talking about? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, polygamy is just as valid, just as fine as monogamous relationships, bisexual or not. They are people too. Damn it. I do have water. My Thor cup that is always sitting on my desk is full of water. Mm. I just did the wrong button combination. I am not chugging that water. After that one night, y'all bloated me as big as a blue whale. I am not doing that again. Small sips is all you get. Gamba, gamba. Ooh, I like those emotes. That's cool. The almighty salmon rises from the depths of the sea. Is Gamba an emo? Because I can't see it on OBS. Hang on. No, it doesn't show up on my Twitch manager either. A raspberry beer? Was it any good? Aww. I love the rainbow star getting hugged. That is cute. Ooh, here's another myth that I don't really like. Bisexuals are transphobic, or the word bisexual is transphobic. Although bisexuals, or I should say the individual has the ability to be transphobic, yes, it doesn't mean all bisexuals are. Bisexual people are not any more likely to oppress the transgender community than straight or gay people are. Many bisexual people are strong allies to transgendered people. Seeing commonalities between the fluidity of sexual orientation and the fluidity of gender, many bisexual people are transgendered, and many date transgendered people. The word bisexual refers simply to people who are not monosexual. They are not attracted exclusively to members of the opposite sex, and they are not attracted exclusively to members of the same sex. Period. It was better than expected. Are you talking about the explosion? Even though I turned the volume for that explosion down to 50%, it is still loud. Oh my god. Raspberry beer, depending on who is adding the raspberry, is a dangerous game. Like, I'm not much of a fan of beer in the first place. But even with the taste of beer and raspberries, it doesn't make a very appealing taste in my imagination. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have been surprised with the combination of certain flavors before, and it just ended up being fantastic, but yeah, so it probably would have been one of those situations where it was pleasantly surprisingly good. But like, I think I mentioned this Saturday with the combination of my dark chocolate with the ranch popcorn. Honestly, with the two of them together, sounds absolutely nasty and terrible, but they actually complemented each other very, very well. I even had to sit there and like process it in my brain. It's like, why does this taste so good? I think we've gone through this entire list of myths also now. Yeah, we can close out of that one too. We have almost covered 5 separate different articles on bisexuality tonight, y'all. I'm okay with this. Oh, this one has some interesting facts. Bisexuals are greedy and need to be with a man and woman at once. This was myth number 2 on this list. Reality. The capacity to form attractions to either gender does not necessarily equal a need for 2 partners at once. In fact, private polyamorous arrangements have been found among married heterosexuals, which can range anywhere from 15 to 28% of married couples. Cohabitating couples, I think I said that right, cohabitating couples, 28%, lesbian couples, 29%, and gay male couples, 65%. Most bisexuals do not have to be involved with more than one gender at a time in order to be fulfilled. So this actually has like numbers and statistics with this one. Although this was reports from 1999, so this is like well over 20 years old. A proper raspberry beer doesn't taste like beer. Ooh, eggnog is something I haven't had in a really long time. I could definitely throw down for some eggnog, especially if it's got rum in it. Yes, please. Caught in the undertow, caught in the undertow. I see Xander trying to hit up Noct over there. I ain't mad. Just be more like me and be less like you. Alright, let's go ahead and hit up number 15 now that we're 10 minutes after 12. Sexual experiences are independent of sexual orientation. Polyamorous people come in all forms of sexual orientation, including gay, straight, bisexual, and more. And so do monogamous people. Bisexuality has nothing to do with determining how monogamous or how faithful a person is. That is all up to the individual. Again, regurgitating everything that we have already talked about. It is about that person and what their label, their identifier, means to them. As we continue on to the next point. Doing the copy paste trick here. I also found out another trick that if I just triple click on the sentence, it just automatically highlights that entire sentence for me, so I don't have to actually physically highlight it myself and drag it across. But yeah, that one in kind of wrote itself, didn't it? Right in the title. Sexual experiences are independent of sexual orientation. You know, just because you had an experience or two doesn't mean that because of that experience it makes you, you know, label A or B. However, it is those experiences that help you analyze and kind of determine what your orientation may be by your own definition. Ooh, it tastes like pie? Riker, you got my attention with that one sentence. Fireball and apple juice. See, and that's a bad idea for me, because me being diabetic and all that sugar that's usually in apple juice. Now, we also do, especially because of course I'm in the good old state of North Kakalaki, we have a warm apple pie, or like grandma's apple pie moonshine, that is available in our state. Oh, you want to talk about sugary overdose in a mason jar? Oh my Jesus. That's when grandma looks at you and be like, that's how you get the sugar. Don't drink that whole jar now. You'll end up pissing out granulated sugar crystals. Oh my god, that reminds me of something I heard many moons ago, where the old way to test if you got the sugar, or the diabetes in other words, if you go out on your front porch and just take a piss, just all over the front porch, and you go out the next morning and you got ants, you got the sugar. As a person that already had type 1 diabetes, when I first heard that, I died laughing. Because it's true. When you got diabetes and your blood sugar tends to run high, a lot of that sugar ends up filtering into your urine. So you literally end up like pissing out sugar water. I know this is a completely tangent thought, but I used to, on Tumblr, ever so many years ago, I had a blog called The Gay T1D, or in other words, what it meant, the gay type 1 diabetic, where I would just write blogs and articles about life, living as a type 1 diabetic and a homosexual man, and the struggles and complications that came with it. It was actually really popular. I was really surprised at how well that article, or that blog, did. Met a lot of people through that too. I honestly should probably revive it and start doing that again. Add that to the long list of projects and to-do list that I have that I will never get done because I don't have enough time. Too many social platforms to keep up with. I mean, my long-term goal is to eventually like replace my day job with doing like this, streaming and posting videos and doing productions and stuff like that. Long-term goal, I don't foresee that happening like in the immediate near future, but that is what I'm aiming for. First things first though, we're going to work on building up this channel, the One Wing Healer brand. We're going to hit Twitch partner one day. It's going to happen, and it's going to be thanks to y'all that it does. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the curve. Start doing the point number 16 here. Number 16. There isn't really a test to assess your own sexuality. It might seem like everyone else has this whole sexuality thing all figured out. Have they taken some sexual orientation test that you don't know about? I've got some bad news and some good news for you. The bad news is that though it might seem like it would make things easier, there is no test to tell you what your sexual orientation is. But the good news is is that you've already got the keys to determining your sexuality. Just consider your attractions, your experiences, and how they may or may not be influenced by gender. You're the only one who can say what all of it really means to you. Again, reinforcing everything that we have been already talking about.
It's always hard to say goodbye to the one person that's on your mind. But I can waste my time trying to make you see you can't take back another lie.
Let's break this up into a few different posts, actually.
You won't give promise to me long ago. Though I tried my best to believe. Said your sorry ways would disappear. But now it's time for me to leave. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. I don't know you anymore. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me. Something strange hit me.
I don't know you anymore. The AC is cut back on. It's getting a little chilly in here again.
Something strange in me. Something strange in me. Something strange in me.
Elzarius is here.
Something strange in me. Something strange in me. I don't know you anymore.
Something strange in me. Something strange in me.
Something strange in me. I don't know you anymore.
Now, number 17 is basically almost the identical same thing that we were talking about at the end of Asexual Night on Saturday night, where it says, ultimately, you should use the identifier or identifiers that you're most comfortable with. So, does this information mean that you're technically bisexual? Even though the term doesn't call to you, does it seem like you're not actually bisexual, even though you've always identified that way? You and only you can determine your own sexual identity. You may prefer to call yourself bisexual, fluid, cross-oriented, gay with some bisexual tendencies, multiple identities, or no identity label at all. If you're looking to answer what bisexual means to understand who you really are, then it's time to look inward for your answers. You're on your own unique journey towards understanding yourself. And that, in all but in so many words, is the exact same thing the asexual article that we were talking about on Saturday night said at the end of the 18 item list. It literally goes full circle back to that first point, where your sexuality is determined by what it means to you, not anybody else. Keep seeing chat just move out of the corner of my eye. It makes me happy. I have not put a hurting on this popcorn as much as I thought I would.
Light is gonna come.
I mean, there's still a lot left in here.
Birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people.
As soon as we like end here and we're done for the night,
Let's go back to
I'm probably gonna put on Deep Space Nine and finish off this popcorn.
for the animals we stand.
Call it a bit of an early night since I'm returning back to work tomorrow.
Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone.
Ooh,
Savannah,
did I cut myself? Oh no, that's the lighting. Okay.
Savannah, let's all take a road.
That's right, Els. Assert your dominance. You're a regular.
I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a road.
I'm just waiting for that moment that I'm just gonna go shoot. Xander's actually really good at this server position. I know that he applied for bartending,
I'm coming
but he's been really engaging with each and every person that's come in. I'm really impressed with him, actually.
Savannah.
Alright, let's go ahead and put out number 17, and then I'm going to do something a little bit different here.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you
Oop, didn't mean to swing my camera like that.
feel the attraction? Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Like electricity.
Burn a Batch Cumberbund. I love it. That is this Lalafell's name. Did I reset my party finder earlier? I did. Okay, we're good.
Taking over your body, it's flowing through your mind. This feeling's got me on fire. Don't ever leave it all behind.
Chat, cooperate with me.
Feel the attraction. Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity.
I'm tempted to pull up Pandora and play some of the dance music that Tia has played in her Discord with role players. However, it's going to have commercials. Granted, that's not something we have to worry about too much, because any music that you ever hear in my live stream will not be recorded to the VODs. So we're not in like any direct violation of DMCA with the VODs that are recorded to Twitch. It's only for you guys who are here watching everything live.
Can you feel me? Ooh, can you feel me?
Don't y'all feel special now?
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Oh, damn. I am really screwing this up as far as spelling goes. Trying to say, you know, all of these points and topics were brought to us by the following: Maisha Z. Johnson, who is a writer and advocate for survivors of violence, people of color, and LGBTQ plus communities. I definitely want to throw her a shout out for her writings that allowed us to celebrate and discuss bisexuality awareness this evening.
We are forever learning, one step at a time.
As an additional little
As long as
shout out to her here, just gonna kind of drag this over. This is Maisha Johnson. She is the one that wrote this entire article that we were talking about this evening, which was brought to us by Helpline.com. So, of course, this is where all of my information came from, not only for bisexuality, but for the asexuality that we were talking about last Saturday night as well. So, this is my primary source of where I got this information from. I now open up the stage for anyone that would like to speak, or even use to just dance. Is now for the general public. Thank you all for putting up with my rambling, and please do enjoy your night with us here at the Echoes Chamber. That's not how you spell bow. Hey, there's a Khajiit. Khajiit has wares. Thumbs up over here to Xander and Begonia for doing an amazing job over here. Y'all are doing great. Let me stay a while. So we're in the last 30-minute stretch of the night. We have gone through all of our talking points here about bisexuality. I have now opened up the stage for anybody who wants to jump up there, whether they want to tell a story, discuss some of the topics, or if they just want to dance. It is free for use. We are now at the free-for-all stage of the night. Xander?
No, I don't need a degree to know this ain't love at first sight. 'Cause I know how this works, I got my ABCs right. Oh, so let's play pretend. Say you'll be the one for me. Say you'll be the one for me forever. I know this will end.
Elle says it's been a day,
That you'll be the one for me.
so we're gonna find out why.
The one for me. It's been so long since I got so close to someone I know.
Time to die. Oof, how's the night going and how was your day? Thank you for asking, first and foremost. The night's been great. We've had a lot of people come through, both in stream and in the club, where we have been talking about all sorts of different issues and topics around bisexuality tonight, which is definitely what I wanted. Definitely wanted this to be about bisexuality awareness. So we've been doing all sorts of myths and facts and different perspectives and point of views when it comes to bisexuality. It's been amazing. I get to spy what happens down there through the stream. Yes, that's actually kind of one of the purposes that we do have the stream up and going for the nights that we're doing these events. So that way, not only does it give y'all the opportunity to be part of the discussion, but if for whatever reason you're not able to physically be here, boom, just log into the stream. There you go. Help to save the first, beat down yet another ASEAN, and still make it here. Yes, sir. That is a lot. Wow. That is certainly quite the day. Sounds like you've had a handful, at the least. I'm really glad you still took the time to stop by. And another reason why I really want to make sure that we are catching these Pride celebrations that we're doing all of this month of June is I do want to have them kind of here for posterity. And we've been able to get a few clips, some really funny, hilarious moments that we've had in the stream. It's been a good time. I have really enjoyed doing all of these events thus far, and we're not even, well, actually we are now. We're only halfway through the month, so we still have, what, at least 4 more events left to go? I would have visited down there to see what happens, but I don't like big groups or gatherings. Hey, that's totally fine. Whether it is just watching everything that's going on from the stream itself, or even sometimes people will wallflower. They'll come in, pick a corner or one of the back seats behind the sofas, and just AFK there. You know, totally fine. It's like I tell people all the time, especially when it comes to the topic of just role playing. You know, you do you. You know, nobody, or at least nobody should, let me say that tentatively, should try to force your hand at anything you're not comfortable with. If it is just where you want to be that fly on the wall and just watch what's going on, then be that fly on the wall. If somebody has something to say about it, set your status to busy and they can't do anything. Oh, Xander, you are so proactive. You're amazing. Naka, for you, my friend, you know there's almost nowhere else I'd go. I thank you again, my friend. Begonia! Let's get this man some food. Poor Begonia, she's getting hit with like 2 orders from 2 directions here. I am the fly on the wall, but I'm still too afraid to stay for long. No problem with that at all. I still appreciate you being here for the stream. I still got my menu button somewhere? Oh, Xander's got it. Thank you, Xander. So I'm gonna position myself on this chair right over here. As Tia put it one time, I'm just gonna be, you know, that old leathery woman with my smoking pipe in the corner, just watching as the rest of the bar goes on. I feel like somebody's told me about this one Hrothgar over there. Khajiit has wares. I don't remember what the story was, but there's a story about this Hrothgar over here. Yeah, Tia said that out loud. Because I was talking to her about how I was desperately trying to find managers and people to help out with the club. Because, you know, not only am I the club owner, but I'm also the guild master. And then now that I've got my production, I'm a content creator. And I've got other projects that I'm doing within the game, such as other community events and promotions and things that we're trying to do in Discord with just Discord alone. Like, my plate is super full, and I do not have the time and just the brain power to fully devote myself to managing the guild or the club. So when I was talking about trying to finally just lay back and let the club run itself, she was like, "You just want to be that old, little old Asian leathery woman sitting in the corner smoking her pipe that owns the entire place, doesn't interact with anybody, but is just watching everything."
I feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more as these
And talking about like projects and to-do lists and stuff like that, like with all the conversations that we've had just in Discord or with each other personally, like there's a whole notebook full of ideas and stuff that we want to try to do. And it's just we have not had the time to really sit down and actually organize and put stuff together, or me personally. It's like between getting sick with my COVID shot, still working my day job, she's got her weekly events between running the club, her D&D campaigns, and her streams and services that she does. And it has honestly been such a pleasure and a honor and a gift to be able to work with her with everything that we have done this far. It was almost like it was written in the stars that we would cross paths with each other. So amazing. Boy was hungry.
bright lights, they put me in a daze. Can't stop but think about the way that you move.
Elzarius scarfs down the quiche as soon as it is set down in front of him. So yeah, I would say he's a little hungry. Just a little bit.
Can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage as your future arrives.
For this to have been Begonia's first night, she is acclimated so well. I don't think once she's had to send me a tell or a whisper. Not a single tail all night long. I told you, man, I was starving. I can certainly see that. I'm glad you finally had a moment. To get something on your stomach. I need my comb here again. I need to shave is what I need to do. It's starting to get itchy.
Time is running out, and I can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no light if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just
Wait, what? God, Begonia, you kneel over like he's a primal or something. The Mogfather is a primal, though. The primal of boiled eggs. Oh, this is the person that passes out eggs to everybody. Oh, no. So you do know him. I'm the one who invited him over. Xander! Oh, God. Xander brought the Moogle. I am feared by eggs and Moogles alike. On separate times, he ate over 10,000 eggs. I think I remember hearing about that, honestly. This kind of stuff gets around the roleplay circles. I think I heard of that story about eating ever so many eggs. I think I met that person at a cafe once. Oh, it's very likely. I haven't had a chance to like have a lot of conversations with Xander, but I met him at the Soft Spot, which is like a Hrothgar driven club and bar where it's like all the staff are Hrothgars. At least he's not part of the Lalakuza. Ah, said Els. Very true, my friend. Very true. Oh my god, well, like we say, if you can't beat a Moogle, be a Moogle. Oh my lord. No! He just changed into a Moogle. Wow, they timed that so perfectly. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten so fast. Oof. Oh no, Elzarius.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my wrist. I'm breathing in the chemicals.
Whoa.
I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa.
I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones. When Lindsey Sterling and Pentatonix did a collaboration of this song, which was amazing, by the way. I became so addicted to the song. I don't remember too much of the conversation, but I think he talked about me finding a name. I think I remember this conversation. That sounds very familiar.
It's a revolution, I suppose. We'll paint it red to fit it right in. Whoa. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa.
Did you enjoy your things that I served you so generously and kindly? I like how that's like such passive-aggressively kind. Uh-oh. That might have been too much information. I must retreat back into the shadow. Wait, what? No! Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Glad someone enjoyed my work. Okay, I need to know like the story behind this like passive aggression that's going on over here. I'm curious. Curious cat mode engaged. See you later. Alright, thank you for dropping by. I kind of want to tell the Moogas to get on stage, but we're closing up in 10 minutes, so... Suffer farming Alexander. You know, I'm actually not going to be too far behind you on that, because I still have to get a bunch of compact axles. It's the only thing I need left for my current relic. I need 14 more. You know, we could switch over to live view now that we're done with the bisexual discussion. So since we are getting within the last stretch of the night, a couple things I do want to touch on is tomorrow night here at the Echo Chamber is going to be Zune's night. It is Zune's happy hour. Hours are still going to be the same from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Drinks are going to be 50% off during Zune's happy hour, so you can get any of the cocktails, any of the drinks at 50% off the cost. So definitely save your gil or get twice the drinks. Either or, you'll be saving some money. Be sure to come spend some time with her. I'm pretty sure she'll be streaming for her channel as well. So we're going to do a quick shout out for her. Since my usual mod Drake's not in here, I'll just do it myself. There we go. Twitch.tv/roleplayers. That is her channel right there. If y'all haven't given her a follow or a look yet, be sure you do. She is definitely one of the reasons why I even exist on Twitch right now. She has helped me so much. And of course, in return, I've helped her with the role play and definitely getting her in as a manager for our club here. For some reason, also people tend to buy out the bar. Oh, whenever, yeah, and I mean, that's perfectly fine. I mean, even if they buy out the bar, and that's still money for us, so I ain't gonna complain. But, yeah, if somebody does come in and, like, drops, like, a whole 500K or a whole mil on the bar, chances are you're not gonna pay for any of your food or drinks, that night. And I'm definitely not against anybody dropping a tab on the bar. That is definitely beneficial for us and everybody else that is there, so it is certainly appreciated. Because anytime that happens, all that money goes straight to the staff. As for Saturday, though, I have not had the chance to pull the lottery out of the magic hat to see what part of the LGBTQ plus spectrum we're going to be celebrating on Saturday. So that is to be announced as we figure out what that is going to be. But as that time approaches, keep an eye out on the website where it will be posted. As a matter of fact, I will grab y'all the link, which is not this one because this is our menu. It's going to be here on this page, which is echochamberpromo.carrd.co. Card is spelled with 2 R's, not 1. If you bookmark this site, keep it handy whenever. This is where we post all of our events that we host and hold. So this calendar will let you know when we're open, what we're doing. I just realized something I need to edit on the website, by the way, now that I'm looking at it. And what we're going to be celebrating. A lot of times we will also, or sometimes I should rather say, we also will have special contests, competition, raffle tickets, or auctions. Definitely be on the lookout for those. We always try to post those ahead of time so that you have that information well ahead of schedule to make sure you've got the time and availability if you want to be there. I'm editing the website real quick because I realized something was not updated. Alright, done. That's been fixed. And then, of course, for the last week of the month, it's pretty much going to be rinse and repeat, where Monday we will be celebrating another spectrum of the LGBTQ plus spectrum here. Tuesday, again, will be Zune's Happy Hour, and then that last Saturday, which I still believe is going to be in the month of June. Let me double check here. Yep, that will be the 26th. We will be having another event out of the spectrum, the rainbow, that we'll be picking out of here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more days of celebration awareness for the LGBT spectrum that we're going to be celebrating here. What it will be, we don't know yet. We'll figure that out as we go. We got 5 minutes left. I'm going to go ahead and start looking at who we can raid here with the party. Ooh, we got a couple of choices here. Let's do a refresh real quick. Lamatod is probably looking to be our best choice here. Lamatod is definitely a very popular streamer. I thought he was actually newer than what I was first led on to believe, but he has a huge following and always has a large number of people watching his channel whenever he's streaming. Also, I've recently found out his age. He does not look his age at all, y'all. I'm just saying that for the record. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be him that we're going to be crashing on here. But he is playing Final Fantasy. He is most likely raiding either Ultimate, or they may be doing some weeklies here. I'm trying to take a preview of his channel real quick. If it will load. I stand corrected. It looks like he's just standing in the mist talking to some people. Either that or Shirogane, one of the two. So before I drop us off, a couple things I want to drop is, now that I have some new commands with my new bot that I've got here. Oh, my emote didn't work. Sad face. I'll have to fix that. But of course, we got the shout out from the bot where, of course, if you like what you see, make sure you hit the follow heart. Make sure you also hit the bell notification so you get those notifications when I go live. We also have the little support, where the best and easiest way to support my channel is to subscribe, which of course that link will take you directly to the subscribe page where you can pick tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. You can also tip the biddies or donate, and then of course we have the donate for details about how to tip to the stream directly, which of course right now is going towards buying a new gaming chair because this poor thing is falling apart. Someone has to give a sub to Nightbot. Right? Where's Mia? We need some gift subs up in here. Somebody roll the dice and try to get a critical 20. But nah, we're not gonna do that right now. So, we are going to raid Lamatod. We're gonna bug the crap out of him. Thank y'all for coming tonight. It has been a blast talking about bisexuality awareness all night long, seeing everybody that came to the Echoes Chamber, and getting to harass Elzarius here for, if not for just a few minutes. No, actually, for my dice, this one is a little bit different. It is exclamation dice, and then you have to specify what type of die you're rolling. So if you do exclamation point dice 20, it will roll a 20-sided die. And then, of course, you can also specify if it's a D4, a D6, a 10, 12, whatever you want it to be. So yeah, we got dice up in here now, y'all. We getting professional. Alright, 1 minute before we close. Anybody got any questions? Any other suggestions, discussions, topics they want to hit on before I rate us? Because I am hitting the button. Ooh! Did we just hit goal? We hit goal! Tucker! Ah! Oh my god! I'm gonna have to pull up my PayPal now. Oh my gosh. Naka's getting a new chair. Naka is getting a new chair. Did not think I was gonna be hitting that anytime soon. Thank you so much. That is definitely gonna help me here. I can finally get rid of this thing. Oh, y'all are so amazing. Alright, so before I start crying on stream, we're gonna raid Lamatod now. In 10 seconds and counting. Oh my god. All of you Echo-Nauts are amazing. Thank you for being a part of the One Wing Healer stream show, whatever we're gonna call this from this point forward. We're gonna go raid Lamatod.